Alright, cool. It says my audio's coming through. Turning this down. Starting the stream a bit early today. I realized I can update my little thumbnail. So let's go update that thumbnail. Ooh, thumbnail time. Time for thumbnail. Here's my videos. Live. Gonna update. Oh, I also have to do a description for the video, right? Hold on. Oh, wrong way. Alright, guys, I'm getting better at this this thingy, doing all these thingies. I'm having fun making the YouTube content. My video thumbnail, I look like Jimothy the raccoon because I don't have a neck anymore. You'll see that in a second, but I have to get my stream description up for people. Let me get the description from the last one, and we will copy and paste it. Details. Details, excellent, copy, paste. Make sure that the tournament page is up to date. Let's grab our limitless. Details, cool. Getting everything ready for anyone that might want to join. And it is looking good. Cool. Alright, thumbnail up to date. I wish I could update my thumbnail before going live. That would be cool. And now what I can do is, since that is live, it's saving. Alright, cool. While that's going on, we can grab a recruit. We have about an hour before the tournament starts, so if people want to join, I will pin the Limitless page in here. So pinned. Alright, cool. Pinned. We got a Saraledge, Lucario, Weirdeer, this guy, that guy, and that guy. We're gonna grab a Weirdeer because I don't think we have one. Doesn't hurt to have, right? Okay, so tournament is going. We have the link. Let's see. We're going to copy the link. Excellent. Link copied. Then I'm going to make a post saying that the tournament's going to start in about an hour, and I'm going to share the links. Cool. Let's see. All right. Are we gaming? We are gaming. I'm going to do one more recruit ranch, and then we are going to go on the ladder. Let's see. So tonight we have a tournament Big Living Organism. If you want to join, I just put the link in the Discord. Or sorry, on. Did I put it on YouTube or did I put it on Twitch? I put it on Twitch. But yeah, if you want to join, the link is in the comments. I just pinned it. So cool. Meowing. Good meowing to you as well. Also, my multi-chat is not working for some reason. It is only telling me that my Twitch chat is working. I might have to stop streaming. Or is it... Or do I just have to have my stream manager open over here, potentially? Let's see. I'm going to mute this. Maybe it's possibly because we don't have any viewers on YouTube at the moment. Maybe we don't have to worry about that. Earthworm the Sociable. I'm a mark, man. We're grabbing the marks. We're getting Earthworm. The question is Earthworm worth using? And the answer's probably not right now. I guess he'd be good into Garchomp, but terrible into Zard, so let's see. Got our membership, get all our tickets and whatnot. Let's do some ranked battles while we're chilling, waiting to help people get into the game. All right, cool. We're chilling in Master Ball 2 right now. We're not at Champion tier yet. We're on our way. Let's see. You did cool. All right, cool. We're fighting Devin. All right, what is Devin rocking today? We gaming in here? We are gaming in here. Thanks for checking in. We are gaming. We're going to be doing a tournament later. I will be hosting. I will not be playing. I will be casting everyone. So we're going to have some interesting games. If you want to join that tournament, the link is in the Twitch chat. So make sure to do that if you want to play. Probably can't do the tourney tonight, but low-key tempted to do it while I go about my day. That'd be cool if you could do it at some point. All right, so looking at this team, the Mega... Okay, so like Delphox beats Gengar. But Blastoise beats Delphox. Incineroar beats Delphox. Sinestcha can be annoying. Komodo can be annoying. Vivian can be annoying. I think that it might be Sneasler plus Delphox. If they lead Blastoise, we're in big trouble. We don't really have a good anti-Blastoise route. I'm just trying to think. King Gambit does look strong. Maybe a lead. I'm just team building and testing. That's cool. I've been pretty basic on my stuff lately. Let's see. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this with King Gambit in the back. And do I like Sinestcha? I think I'm going to... I like Sinestcha for redirection, but I feel like if they get Blastoise online, I'm just in big trouble. If they lead Sinestcha Blastoise, I'm in huge trouble, so we'll see how it goes. I've been playing Komodo Gambit on this team, and it's honestly the sauce. I believe that. I miss Azumarill. Azumarill would go hard into this team. Okay, I mean, hey, we can live with that. Alright, let's see. So we get intimidated. Alright, my first instinct is like, hey, I can kind of freely just switch my own Incineroar in here and click Fake Out. Do I see any reason not to do that? Yeah, let's do this because it preserves our Sash. And Incineroar's not doing much into Incineroar. There's a Mega Pair that has been interesting to me. Dnite Scovillain feels like perfect coverage. I might have to try that at some point. Mega Dnite plus Scizor plus Metagross is really gross. I also believe that. I'm also feeling like greeting out and just clicking Fake Out plus switching, or Fake Out plus Nasty Plotting, but I'm just gonna do this because I feel like it pressures the Sinestcha and it gives me another Fake Out for next turn. I can pivot around stuff. I think realistically they probably get their Trick Room up right now. We'll see what they end up doing. Yeah, Trick Room goes up. They are at -1 on the Incineroar. I am at -1 on the Sinestcha. We see that they are leftovers on the Squash, the Incineroar. I am kind of tempted to switch King Gambit in here, but I also feel like if I get it wrong, it's going to be really bad. Let's do Close Combat into the Incineroar spot, because like if they click Rage Powder, sweet. If they don't, then whatever. And let's also go for a Flare Blitz. Okay. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing Close Combat plus Flare Blitz. Okay, I almost Close Combat at that spot. I feel like Blastoise is coming in. Yeah. I was this close to doing it. Alright, if Sinestcha comes in over here, I'm gonna look like such a goober. I was this close to just pulling that trigger. Oh, they got me so good. I can't even be mad. Can I get a bird? I don't deserve it, but can I get one? Dnite with screens is really fun because it just soaks up hits. I believe that. Alright, Close Combat comes out. So I am Sash. Okay. I don't love my positioning here. I'm not going to lie to all of you. I think that it is highly likely that they just start beating me up. I'm bringing in my own King Gambit here because I want to just slow down the game a bit. I feel like there's a high likelihood that Incineroar will come back in at some point, and if I can get the +1 off the Incineroar, that'd be great. Blastoise is probably going for like a Water Spout, and Sinestre's probably going for a Rage Powder. We will see. Okay, Rage Powder does come out. The next question is who's faster? Is it Blastoise or Incineroar? I'm assuming it's Blastoise. Yep, because they're a Trick Room team. Dude, I'm not gonna survive. Oh, I do survive. That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that I'd survive this Blastoise, but I do. I eat my little berry, get my little treat. I'm gonna actually lower the Sinestro special attack. Not as ideal as the Blastoise, but we get to bring Sinestro. Oh, I thought I had Sinestro. What is happening in my brain? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. We're gonna bring Sneasler back in. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so... Oh, I survived because they took the Fake Out chip. That's why. Interesting. Alright, so I'm going to go for Kowtow here plus Fake Out into Blastoise. I feel like I'll take any chip I can get at this point. Alright, Kowtow is going into the Sinestro. I have Life Orb, so as long as they don't have a berry, it should do the majority, if not all of its health. Okay, goodbye, Sinestro. That's good. We at least have a... We are up a Mon. We had to lose a lot to get to where we're at, but hey, we're here. You're not a real VGC gamer unless you completely forget what Mons you bring during a battle. So true. I was like, oh, I just get to bring all 6, you know? That's how it works. They don't get to, but I get to. All right, Komodo comes out. That's kind of a huge pain for our team. Trick Room is on its final turn here. I think that they are almost certainly using Clangorous, whatever. They're going to start boosting up, and Blastoise is just going to cover them. I am a Focus Sash Sneasler, so the only way that they get the KO is if they double me. So I feel pretty confident going for this plus Close Combat, because if they try and set up, they potentially will get poisoned. Okay, so they take the Life Orb. Alright, that means that their Water Spout is going to do almost nothing now. They fire off the Aura Sphere. That will be a one-hit KO into King... Well, not one-hit KO, but that'll be the rest of King Gambit's health. Alright, we see Clanging Scales come out. That will lower their defenses, though, which means that this Close Combat is going to do a lot of damage. Yep, there goes Komodo, and now we have a 2... Okay, the critical hit probably almost certainly mattered there, but we'll take it. Alright, Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We don't know who the final Oh, we know what the final Pokemon is in Incineroar. What am I talking about? Alright, so... This game has basically become... How do we deal with Incineroar? We see my Incineroar was faster, which is actually fantastic. I am going to do the following. I'm going to click... We also know that my Incineroar is faster based on how Trick Room worked last game. So I'm pretty safe to just click Fake Out plus Close Combat into the Blastoise this turn to prevent it from setting up. Alright, cool. Fake Out, Close Combat. Squish clinched. Alright, they have leftovers, we know that. Which means that... Okay, they just forfeit. They didn't want to play it out from there. Cool. We defeat Devin. Honestly, that crit was very fortunate, but on the chance that they got poisoned anyway, we might have been okay, but hey, we're gonna take it. We'll take whatever we can get, right? And now we are in the 1800s. Our tournament will begin in about 42 minutes, so cool. I don't know why the multi-chat is being weird. I'm gonna message here and see if it works. Is this working? No, multi-chat's not showing up. I'm gonna reset it. off, turn it on. Maybe that'll work. Yep. The multi-chat is not working over here, so interesting. I have to look at 2 separate chats now. Oh, wait, it did show up. Oh, okay, we're back. I don't know why it was broken for a second, but hey. Okay, so this is a Staraptor team with Glimmora. I can't just set up Blastoise with Shell Smash because I will likely get Encored. Multi-chat is working. Oh, no, multi-chat? No, it's not, sorry. It is working now. Like, I can see, or at least I think I can. Maybe I can't. I don't know. We live in a mystery world. Okay, so Staraptor is annoying. If I lead Incineroar, they will get intimidated. Just trying to think about how to go about this. Blastoise looks really strong here if I can position it. The only issue with Blastoise, though, is that it almost certainly is going to have to take a attack. If I lead Blastoise plus Sinestcha, there is a world where I can click Shell Smash and then get a Fake Out when my other Pokemon goes down. So that's what I'm going to angle for. In hindsight, I kind of regret this because Glimmora is almost certainly sashed. Okay, so the idea here is like, hey, we have Sinestcha, we can set up. If Sinestcha goes down, that gets us our other Pokemon in for free. So, okay. I'm gonna click Shell Smash this turn. They don't have any way of setting Rain, right? No way of setting Rain, so I don't really have a reason not to. I could also just click... What? No, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do Shell Smash. That's fine. Plus Rage Powder to redirect the Glimmora. Okay, glad to see that multi-chat is working on your end. It was being weird for a second for me. No worries, Noel. Okay, Blastoise is teeny tiny. I know. Blastoise is like way too small, like proportionately. Alright, so Moonblast goes through the Rage Powder into me. Connects, does a lot of damage actually. That's, fortunately for me, a Mega Glimmora. I'm so okay with that. I'm actually pretty happy I got poisoned here too. Actually, is this okay? Is there a prize for the winner of the tournament today? The prize is always that the winner will get, actually, I'm in a pretty unfavorable position here now. I think that the plan now is to click Protect and also bring in Sneasler so I can fake out the Whimsicott next turn. The prize is always that you win a flare in the Discord that is the Pokepal Smackdown Champion, so you get a gold name. Alright, so we go for the Protect. Do they have Encore is the question. They almost certainly do. We see Spiky Shield. The only way that this really bites us in the buns is if this is a Tailwind, and it is. That's unfortunate. Good play by them. We know that they outspeed us. Yeah, we're in a pretty bad spot. I think it's just Dark Pulse the Glimmora and fake out the Whimsicott. I don't even think Blastoise makes it through the turn realistically because they can always just... Actually, what about just... No, I can't fake out the... Yeah, they got me. It's like basically already over. So fake out here. They have adaptability, so they're gonna hit hard and they're gonna outspeed me. I could have switched my Pokemon around, but I didn't, so... Yeah. Honestly, I feel pretty comfortable just scooping. What about Quick Guard? Quick Guard wouldn't have been good because I still would have lost because I undersped. Honestly, I'm willing to scoop because I think it'll just be faster to go to the next game. They played it better. I was banking on the Whimsicott going for the Encore that turn, but they didn't really need to because they had the faster Pokemon, so Tailwind's always just the better play there. Actually, you know what? In hindsight, that is kind of a greedy play from them because in the event that I just clicked Rage Powder with Sinestro again and clicked Water Spout, I probably would have won the game. But c'est la vie, whatever, it happens. Okay, let's see. All right, I think Blastoise looked really strong here. I like Blastoise plus Sneasler, because if I can get a single Shell Smash up, I can kind of just run through their whole team. I want healing in the back, and I feel like King Gambit is good into everything that is not the bridge or the bird. You can also... I like double fake out. Part of me is like, am I real crazy? Do I just bring Delphox into the rain team? Like, with no way to counter weather and just say, nah, it'll be fine, trust. Okie dokie. Alright, let's see. What do they cook up? They're on an 8-game win streak. Time to stop the win streak. Alright, Whimsicott Golden Go. Alright, I'm pretty happy with our lead here. Alright, I'm going to just play it like super simple, right? Just Dark Pulse the Golden Go, Dire Claw the Whimsicott. We're Poison Touch. There's a decently high chance that we just KO the Whimsicott turn 1. The only way it really ends up being a bad turn for us is if the Golden Go protects and then they get Archaludon in and we have to start playing some mind games. Did that once and they forgot their Weather Setter. Hey, it's pretty nice. Pretty nice when they don't bring the Weather Setter. Honestly though, if I had brought Delphox here, it would have been pretty bad because they could have just clicked Tailwind plus Shadow Ball. Alright, so we're gonna Mega. Whimsicott's gonna go for a Protect, trying to scout for a Fake Out on our end. The question is who's faster, Golden Go or our Blastoise here? Golden Go is faster. They are going to get a Shadow Ball off. That does... Holy moly! Okay, well, yeah. We got crit. That's unfortunate. Well, we removed Golden Go, and that's half the battle here. They completely blew up our Blastoise, though. That Shadow Ball did damage. Oh. Alright, I gotta get some water. Alright, so Basculegion comes in. To me, that says that our final Pokemon is almost certainly Staraptor, and I have to imagine that this turn we're probably going to see a Tailwind. And Blastoise is kind of hurting this turn. I'm trying to think about the best plays I can make. I think, like, I don't hate going for a Protect on Blastoise. How does someone sign up? The sign up link is just it's pinned in the chat. Okay. I'm going to go for Dark Pulse into Basculegion, and I'm just going to click Dire Claw here. I think that there's a high likelihood that they think I play passive this turn. Okay. No, the final Pokemon is Archaludon, interesting enough. Alright, we see Dire Claw into the Arch, they call it. I outspeed. They're Colberberry Basculegion. What kind of world are we living in here? Okay, get the flinch. You got the crit. My turn to be lucky. My turn to be lucky. Nope. Alright. They're Colberberry Basculegion. How much do you guys want to bet that that's also like a, like a Choppleberry bridge? I'm pretty confident that it's probably going to be Choppleberry Bridge. Alright. We bring in Sinestro. I feel pretty confident to just click Machagacha plus Close Combat here. The final Pokemon we know is Whimsicott. I think it's likely that this turn they click Protect on the Archaludon and last respects my sweet baby Sinestro. But at the same time, it's like, I need to start getting damage. Withdraw Basculegion, that's cool. Whimsicott comes out. Archaludon protects. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Encore from Whims into Sneasler this turn. Machagacha comes out, and then they switch in Basculegion. Alright. Sure. Thank you for the follow, Joey Rage. Greatly appreciated. I mean, I'm just gonna click Matcha Gotcha again and Close Combat again, and it's like, if you make the right call, sure. But at the same time, even if you make that call, you're going to have to eat the Matcha Gotcha on your Basculegion, which would KO it. So Tailwind comes out. What does Archaludon choose to do here? Draco Meteor, just going for straight up violence, gets a -2. Brings me down to Sash. Okay, it's a White Herb Archaludon, interesting. Not something you see every single day here. Close Combat comes out. Brings it down to 1 HP, it is a sturdy Archaludon. Archaludon endures the hit. Early game night, woo! Yep, we are here, we are gaming. We're just getting some games in while we wait for the final one, or for the tournament to start. Alright, so they have Tailwind up, we have Incineroar in the back. We do get the burn, pretty nice. Just put the timer on them. As long as I can connect Matcha Gotcha into Basculegion, I should be fine. My primary concern here is that we know for a fact that this Basculegion, it had, what did it have? It had Colbur Berry, so we know what item it had. I think that it might be smart to do Matcha Gotcha because we already know what the item is, and then bring in Incineroar here. Because Incineroar is healthy. Getting them to -1 plus the Cassib Berry might be enough to keep my Sinestro A-okay. But we'll have to wait and see. Basically, we just want to see a connect on the Matcha Gotcha. I would not be surprised to see Moonblast come out from Whimsicott. I also wouldn't be surprised to see Encore come out from this Whimsicott to lock my Sneasler into fighting. Nope, we just see Moonblast trying to pick off my my Sneasler. Doesn't get it. Yes, Meg, I did see that. James Beck did also feature my Barbicle team. They did feature the Aaron Zhang version of my version of the Barbicle team, but it is cool to see more people using my team. All right, we just need to see Matcha Gotcha connect. Excellent. That should be game. All right, cool. Yeah, I don't see how they come back from this because they can't Encore our Incineroar. So we basically get free Fake Out, healthy Sinestro, burned Whimsicott. Yeah, the game is completely in our favor now. And I can even just click Fake Out plus Trick Room. So cool. Alright. T-minus 30 minutes till our tournament begins. Also, it's funny because the more I play this team, the more I'm like, Delphox is the Pokemon I brought to NAIC, but on this version of the team, I feel like Blastoise wants to come all the time. Alright, cool. I might have to start, like, baking some more crazy teams so that, Aaron Zhang and James Beck and them will feature me more. Solidifies you as the OG Mega Barb team template creator. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see. Okay, so this is the Annihilate Toxapex stuff. This team does feel like a Delphox team. I'm trying to think about the best way to go about doing this. I think it's just Delphox. I like King Gambit, but not as the lead. I like Delphox, Sneasler, King Gambit, Incineroar. Do I need Sinestro? Sinestro... Okay. There's two schools of thought here, right? If I go with Incineroar plus Sinestro, I can keep my Delphox alive longer, which is nice, but then you have a much harder time breaking that Incineroar. I don't know. It's hard. I think no matter what, this always is going to come down to really silly Venusaur stuff, so yeah, we're just gonna have to roll those dice. Yeah, you should cook up some more teams. I should, it's just hard because there's not a ton of time, and I'm also trying to create YouTube content of my own, so it's a different balancing act. Alright, so Charizard Garchomp lead. Honestly, that's kind of the best lead I could hope for. Alright, and now we basically just have to see if this is the lead we're hoping for. So I think that I always just click Nasty Plot here plus Fake, or sorry, The thing I'm scouting out for and the thing I'm most afraid of this turn is this Garchomp a Choice Scarf Garchomp? Because if it's a Choice Scarf Garchomp, and the fact that I left my my Sinestro at home, it's going to be pretty difficult for us to not sustain too much damage over the course of this battle. Parker, how much do I have to bribe you to use Metagross next week? You'd have... If you built a team... I usually play Pokemon at the gym in the morning, so if I had enough time to practice Metagross over the week, I would probably do it. Like, I don't see why not, right? Alright, so we see Fake Out come out first. Now, the next thing is we want to see Delphox move. Garchomp flinch. This is a Scarf. This is bad. Alright, we really don't want to see them Heat... I mean, Heat Wave would be fine. We don't want to see Weather Ball into my Delphox. Alright, Heat Wave knocks out Sneasler. That's actually kind of okay, because what it's going to do is it's going to make it so that I get another Fake Out turn. And what I can do with another Fake Out turn is I can Fake Out Garchomp again. And I can just do a Psychic move. I am kind of tempted to just Fake Out plus Heat Wave, because I think that there is a chance that the Garchomp switches out, identifying that I can just KO it. I'm going to do Fake Out plus Psyshock into Charizard, because I just want to remove Charizard and I don't want to take a ton of damage. Okay, cool. Incineroar is going to get hit with the Charizard stuff. Garchomp flinches. How bulky is your Charizard? Let's check your Charizard. Bench press a Metagross. Okay, the Charizard does survive. It is a super bulky Charizard. Heat Wave misses. Please be on Delphox. Incineroar avoids. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're gonna just sack King Gambit here, I think. We're gonna click Protect. Actually, this might be too greedy. I might be greeding way too much. Alright, we Protect on Delphox, sure. Rock Slide comes out. Alright, Incineroar, don't flinch. Heat Wave comes out. If I top 4 tonight, I will bring Metagross next week. Cool. I respect that. That's good. That's fun. Alright, we eat our berry. We get our parting shot off. We know what they're locked into. I mean, King Gambit. Can you make a channel point reward for using a submitted team? Potentially? Okay, they're at -2. Delphox, do you survive a -2 Rock Slide? Let's just make it -3 and click Heat Wave and call it a day, right? Do they have Whims? Do they have Farig? We should be checking for these things. They do not. So let's just do this. Alright. Rock Slide can miss. And they're at -3. This is why I kind of wish I had Sinestro, though. Because King Gambit, like, while I can Sucker Punch them, would make it so I don't have to take this Rock Slide in the first place. Alright, let's see. Okay, Heat Wave comes out and connects on both. Brings Garchomp down to Fake Out range, and they cannot dodge it. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do that, North, because if I make the point value too low and I continue streaming for a long time, it's basically going to be like everyone can stock up enough points to blow me up, basically. Alright, so I'm at +2. I can kind of freely Psyshock here. I don't think they have a switch in. They do. They have Incineroar, which would be quite annoying, actually. That's actually a really good point. Yeah. Alright, I'm just going to click the Fake Out here. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay, yeah, honestly, what I should have done here is I should have done Fake Out and Psyshock into that Annihilate spot. Nice. Luckily for me, though, I do know for a fact that that Annihilate cannot be holding this Scarf. Unfortunately, that does mean that it can be holding the Sash. I think that they are most likely to attack the Incineroar with close combat. But at the same time, do I have any counterplay? Because Delphox is going to use Toxic. This game is looking more and more lost. Okay. If I click Heat Wave... I'm just trying to think about... Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to click Heat Wave, and we are also going to click Flare Blitz. Oh, no. Okay. I should have just Psyshocked. That was a bad play. I should have Psyshocked the Toxapex. There was really no reason not to Psyshock the Toxapex in hindsight here. Wait, maybe... Guys, I might be able to make it through. King Gambit may make it through. Hold on. Hold on. We may have found our way. We're gonna Flare Blitz the Annihilate. King Gambit can Sucker Punch the Scarf Garchomp. I don't think I'm going down to neutral, what's it called here. We do have to deal with Toxapex, but I think King Gambit is the Pokemon to do that. Phantom Force comes out, does little to no damage. I may have been counting myself out way too early here. Flare Blitz comes out. The hardest thing I have to do now is I want to get Delphox back in safely. And I think that's just going to have to come from Incineroar KOing itself. Alright, Garchomp comes back in. We are going to do Sucker Punch into Garchomp plus Throat Chop into Garchomp. We know Garchomp is Scarfed because it outsped our Delphox, which means that unless it has a non-attacking move, it's going down this turn. Because Garchomp does not have any priority moves, and then my move will now be redirected into Toxapex, which is cool, but it's also, like, not terribly important here. They're probably going to Infestation my King Gambit, realistically, which will add up. Throat Chop will do decent damage. They probably have leftovers if I had to bet. Okay, Infestation comes out. That's fine. Alright, Toxic should take out my Incineroar this turn, hopefully. No! It's actually pretty bad for me. Alright. We are going to Swords Dance. And we are going to Throat Chop again. I like how there's just, like... This Toxapex is just that annoying, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna stay around. I think because it is leftovers and because I am getting a Swords Dance up this turn, I should be fine. Alright, we do Swords Dance. Imagine if you could stack Infestations. Like, if Toxapex could put 2 counters down this turn instead of 1. I'm glad that VGC and Smogon players now get to bond over hating Toxapex. So true. Okay. King Gambit's timer ticks down. Alright. We get to hit them with a +2 Kowtow Cleave and a Psyshock, and they're not at 100%, so this should be enough. But let's see. Part of me is considering Swords Dancing again, but I don't think that is necessary this turn. So let's just blow this little creepy crawly up. Psyshock comes out. They did do a really good turn switching that Annihilate bin, but unfortunately I don't think it's going to be enough for them. We do the Kowtow to follow it up, +2, and there goes Toxapex. Cool, cool. Alright, so we played 4 games, and we've won 3 of them. Feeling pretty decent, right? We probably have time for 1 more before the tournament begins. Let's see how many people we have checked in at the moment. Alright, currently, for our 149th tournament, which is crazy to say out loud, we have 46 people signed up. Of those 46, only 19 people have checked in. I'm going to write, make sure to check in. Might be a small one tonight, everybody. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. Alrighty. Maybe run a ping reminding people to check. Did Wolfie come up with the Toxapex build, or did he only make it popular? He definitely made it popular. I don't know if he was the person to come up with it, or if it, like, he was the first big user of it, though. Like, first big showing with it. But it also, yeah, I was about to say, it was showing up in Reg I before it showed up in Champions. Let's see. Okay, I don't want to ping everyone because I just pinged everyone like an hour ago, like 20 minutes ago, so we have 15 minutes. Most people don't check in until like right before the tournament anyway, so. Alright, so Sneasler, let's look at this board state, right? They have Delphox plus Tyranitar, which means that my Sneasler's kind of a sitting duck, because they can just protect turn 1 and then blow it up with Delphox turn 2. They've got Houndstone, which means they outspeed most of my Pokemon. Blastoise looks really good here. The biggest problem is that their Venusaur cannot be redirected. I think that my also thanks for the follow, Zatnash. I think that Kingambit looks really strong into this team. The Tyranitar is annoying. We have to start selecting. I'm going to go with, we're just gonna load up the Kingambit at first. Let's do this. This. No. That's fine. That's fine. That's actually close to what I was gonna do anyway. Got a little distracted with tournament stuff. Alright, we have to beat up the Tyranitar Professor now. Let's see. Alright, so they go Venusaur plus Houndstone. We go Kingambit plus Sneasler. I do really wish that I brought my... what's it called? My Sinestro, or not my Sinestro, my Delphox now, because to me, yeah, my fate was decided, you're right. To me, that's a support Houndstone with like Will-O-Wisp. So I'm just gonna click Dire Claw, and I am going to bring in my Incineroar, because Incineroar can't get burned, and I think that the most tempting thing for them right now is burning my Kingambit. Unfortunately, since they share the common weakness to ground, I would not be surprised to see this Houndstone, or sorry, this Venusaur, go for an Earth Power into my Incineroar. But the nice thing, though, is that my Incineroar should be able to take an Earth Power and then have the Citrus Berry to heal it back up. Do we see? Okay, they just go for a Protect. I think it's because they want to get off as many Will-O-Wisps as they can. Dire Claw comes out. We outspeed the Houndstone. That confirms that it is not Scarf. We do see the Will-O-Wisp. I was correct to assume that. Now, what we're going to do is, I kind of like, let's just get rid of the dog. Can I do that? I can't really do that for you. Ugh. The dog is a big pain in my butt. I did need to bring Delphox. I think that it's highly likely we see Tyranitar switch in here, just to be annoying. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm half tempted to Dire Claw this Venusaur, but I think it would be really funny to just close combat it. Let's see if it ends up happening. We do see a switch out. It is from the Houndstone into the Tyranitar. So I wasn't incorrect in assuming Tyranitar would be coming in. I just was incorrect into what spot. Dire Claw comes out, does not get a status. We do see an Earth Power fire off into my Sneasler. Not enough to KO me, though. And then, I believe I did Flare Blitz? Or did I go... I went for Throat Chop. Okay. Well played, well played. Alright. I think that this team has a Scarf Tyranitar, if I remember correctly, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it just use a big Rock Slide this turn. But notably Rock Slide misses, so let's just think about how we want to play this. I also kind of like just Parting Shot into Mama T-Rex and getting more damage down into Frogosaurus. Dire Claw comes out, confirming we are the fastest Pokemon. Do we get a status this time? Unfortunately, no status. We do see Rock Slide comes out. It is the next fastest Pokemon. Does a ton of damage, so our next Pokemon are going down. If this is Earth Power, this is almost certainly the end of Incineroar. We do see Earth Power. Alright, cool. I think there is a world. There is a world where I can just click. Hold on, let a guy dream here, right? Maybe I've been sleeping on Binu. Potentially. It's a thick boy on the right team. Okay, so my idea here is we know for a fact that Tyranitar outsped Frogosaurus. Tyranitar is not naturally a very fast Pokemon. I think that they're potentially both in range of a Water Spout, so I have the ability to click Swords Dance this turn. So even if I do get burned from this really fast, annoying Houndstone, I'm in a position where I can be more annoying back to them. So let's do this. We're gonna do... Okay, that's just super fast Tyranitar. Maybe it is Scarfed and it still underspeeds my Sneasler. Don't flinch. Okay, cool. I do get my attack off. Okay, Tyranitar probably would have gone down or been close to going down had we got what we wanted. Oh, wait, oh my gosh, I thought Frogosaurus went down. I didn't see it survive. My Sneasler is jolly, yes. Okay. Swords Dance comes out. We do know that this turn Venusaur will go down. That Rock Slide ended up mattering in a huge way. It outspeeds Scarf T-Tar. Okay, that's definitely it then. That is definitely it. I should have just close combated the T-Tar then. It was a free CC. Alright, we do see the next Pokemon coming in is this Houndstone. We can just click Dark Pulse into the Houndstone. I think that the Houndstone has Last Respect, right? And it is almost certainly sashed. Do we have a reason to click Protect? There might... Okay, so I think that this Tyranitar is just going to keep clicking Rock Slide. I can KO it with Sucker Punch. I think that this Houndstone is going to go for a Last Respects into my Blastoise. So I'm going to... Maybe I just kowtow here. Alright, we get the Protect. Okay, it does go for Will-O-Wisp. I might have been better just clicking Water Spout there, because in case... Hey, we avoid the Rock Slide. That's good. Alright. Oh, it's not sashed. Okay. So I could have gotten away with a lot more this turn, honestly. King Gambit is hanging on by a thread here. Who's their final Pokemon? Who's Slatty? Ooh. Not a Pokemon we wanted to see. Like, I guess I can click Dark Pulse here and +2 Sucker Punch. So this is just Life Orb Sucker Punch. I'm gonna say it KOs Mama T-Rex. I'm running Speed Swap Alakazam. I almost clicked Shell Smash. I was that close to clicking it. Alright, Sucker Punch. The burn ends up mattering in a huge way. We don't take it down. We are almost certainly going down if we get a connect this turn. Rock Slide connects on both. King Gambit will be burned, or will go down to Burn Chip. My opponent played it super well. Can't be upset. I was hoping that the Kowtow would have been enough, or sorry, the Sucker Punch would have been enough. But it is what it is. What team are you playing? I'm just playing the like classic Delphox Blastoise stuff. I'm trying to think of what my out is here. Like, they're always clicking, like, Muddy Water or whatever. I'm just gonna click Water Spout. Because it's like, hey, maybe I'll be able to get chip on this Tyranitar. Rock Slide connects. Bye-bye Blastoise. Whatever, it didn't matter. The correct play might have been Shell Smash, but at the same time, with both Blastoise and Melodic there, it was kind of just curtains. It might have been a roll for Tyranitar to go down there. They were super, super low. They played it really well, though. Alright. I probably have time for one more game before a tournament starts. How many check-ins do we have now? Okay, we have 31 people checked in now. So, like, things are cruising. And we still have, like, 7 more minutes until it is live. Let's see. Oh, I put the last week's announcement in. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. That's what's happening. Okay, cool. Let's get back into it. What? Okay, so I'm running this team. I'm running the exact team my opponent's running, so I know exactly what they've got. In my experience, Kingambit's pretty good into this team, which means they'll probably bring their own Kingambit. We're gonna go hyper aggressive and we're gonna bring the Delphox. I feel like the Blastoise is generally better, but I feel like because they anticipate that I am going to bring Blastoise, they're not going to be ready for it, and they're gonna lead something like Sinestro, which would be okay. Alright. Alright, I was correct in the fact that Blastoise would be coming, but unfortunately, it's not a good thing that I was correct. Okay. So let's just fake out the... Oh god. Let's just close combat this Blastoise, and we are going to switch into Kingambit. Alright, the worst possible play we could see here is them clicking Shell Smash and fake out into my Sneasler. Okay. Well, they faked out the one I would like them to fake out, so that's okay. Alright, we see close combat come out. That's okay. No poison. They do Shell Smash, but now they are in range of Kingambit stuff, and they're kind of in a weird position here. Because they've given up most of their Blastoise's HP, which to me says that I think that Sinestro's probably switching in on the right spot this turn. So I'm gonna go a little aggressive here, and I'm gonna do Kowtow plus Dire Claw into the Sneasler spot. Okay, they just go offensive, sure. They bring Sneasler down to 1. I'm actually only seeing now that Cybertron used Barbicle because of you, and then James Beck did as well. Goat tier. Thanks, Gabe. Alright, Dire Claw would love a sleep. Would love a sleep. Would love a sleep. Nope. Okay. Alright, I anticipated Sinestro coming in. It did not come in. And I got pretty heavily punished for it. I did not expect the +2 to do as much as it did, but that's how it goes. Alright, now we can kind of safely bring in our own Sinestro, though. Actually, no, we can't. We kind of can. Okay, I'm going to click Trick Room plus... Okay, I made the wrong call last turn. Will I make the wrong call this turn? I'm going to go for Sucker Punch into Blastoise. And it's going to go fine. They will not have Quick Guard. They had Quick Guard. They will not click Dark Pulse. It's gonna be okay. They clicked Dark Pulse. It's not okay. Okay, we just made all the reads wrong. It is what it is. Yeah, Delphox, but it's like the least impressive Delphox game of all time. I think it's already over, because as long as they have Kingambit in the back, I don't think I can ever win. They're just going to click Quick Card again. There's not much I can do against it. I'm going to do it anyway, though. Okay, how do I win this? If they... Okay. I win this if I can Psyshock this Sneasler, and they let me Sucker Punch this Blastoise. They're never going to, but we're just going to go for it. Another play I could have done is I could have protected King Gambit and clicked Heat Wave, but like it does not matter. If they have King Gambit in the back, they can always just Sucker Punch Delphox like whenever they want. Yep, there's the Quick Guard. That's GG. I just made 2 wrong calls back to back. If I win, I publish my team with EVs. Nice. Well, we did survive, but it's too little too late, because I know the rest of the Pokemon on this team, and one of them is Sinestro, the other's Incineroar, and the other's King Gambit. So, like, the only way I can... No, even if... Okay, like... Here comes Sinestro, and then you can't... Okay, Incineroar, sure. It does not change the situation at all. Because we're in Life Orb range, right? Like, they can give us Blastoise and we still lose. Alright. Like, let's just... Like, if we... Watch this. We can even just, like, get every... Okay, maybe I'm being a doomer. Maybe it's not over. Maybe I just gotta find the perfect way forward. But this Incineroar is gonna either click Fake Out or swap out into Sinestro. No, I'm getting in his head. I'm in his head, right? There's no way we can lose. Alright, we're in his head. Okay. The next way that we can win is if they protect Blastoise and switch in Sinestro. How do you break Incin? We Nasty Plot this turn. We KO... Well, actually, even if they... Okay, it doesn't matter, because if they bring in Sinestro, we still lose. There's no way. There's no way. Alright, let's just KO the Sinestro. Oh, no, we have to KO the Sinestro, right? Doesn't matter. They click Water Spout. GG. Alright, the tournament has officially begun. Let me start it off. We have 34 people ready to go. Alright. That was rough. I mean, I made 2 calls wrong back to back, so it makes sense that I would lose there. But that is the way the cookie crumbles. Alright, let's see. At tournament round updates, round 1 is up. Alright, cool. It is what it is, but we will survive. Also, let me check. Am I getting the YouTube notifications? Okay, yeah, my multi-chat is not working because I haven't been seeing these messages from, like, Aiden. Oh, wait, no, I did. That was Aiden that said the thing about the god tier, or the goat tier. Yeah, sometimes I can cook. Sometimes I can build a good team. Let's see. We are going to switch over. Nope. Where is it? Where are you at? Let's get you on the screen, Limitless. And I believe it is this. Ta-da! Okay. Alright, we are going to check out our team. We have... Tournament started, 18 matches are going. We are going to get the random number generator. Random number generator, cool. And there are 18, so we are going to do 1 through 18, cool. Generate. Number 8. Number 8 is going to be Dim's World versus Bebot. That's going to be our first match. We have 1 person's checked in, but let's check out the teams real quick. This team is running a Encore Delphox, so instead of setting up, it's pinning people down. Plus, we've got Fake Out, No Protect Sneasler with Taunt. We got Energy Ball Whimsicott, Choice Scarf Golden Go, Life Orb Garchomp, and Floette. If you want to hop up, you can hop up, Haley. Come on. And then on the Bebot side, we have Mouseholt, Corviknight, Basculegion, Eternal Flower Floette, Delphox, and Garchomp. So, as long as Bebot shows up, we should see the mirror match of Delphox plus Floette. How do you break Incid? Yeah, I already read that. There was no way I was ever breaking Incid. Also, if you guys have not noticed, I got pretty sunburned yesterday. I was out at the pool, so I'm drinking plenty of water, but that's why I am cherry red today. Table 1 is a match between 5th place and 1st place of last week. That's cool. Gotta get the run back, right? Get it in early. I'm gonna leave this tab open, and I'm going to pop in on another team, or another play. Let's do another one. This will be the team we watch if they don't show up. Okay, these people are both here. I'm going to give this group 1 more minute because I'm not seeing anything, so. Actually, you know what? They're here, they're not. We're gonna just start this still. Like, we're not gonna wait for people. If they show up later, we will just run them later. Cool. Alright, I'm going to jump in over here. Let's do battle. Right. That is cool, Mudkip, though. I hope that I hope the run back is fun for both of you. 1178, or sorry, 177. 85581. Yeah, the other person never showed up, so I don't feel bad about it. We're gonna do, if it's kind of a first come, first serve. If people are here, we watch them. If they're not here, we don't. Alright, cool. Let's see. You wanna know what I wish I could do? I might have to talk to the Limitless people because, like, it normally shows you when people are streaming, and no one is, as far as I see, maybe I'm wrong, no one right now is streaming this tournament, but I know plenty of people, like, watch Limitless tournaments or, like, pop in for the stream. I might have to talk to them about, like, hey, can we have it so there's, like, a TO that's streaming, like a little button to be like, oh, I want to watch. So that would be helpful in case anyone just wants to pop in. I know that if you're already here, you obviously found it, but I want to make it, like, accessible to anybody, because some people just are like, they'll grind Limitless, but they don't know about what's going on behind the scenes. Also, just talking about some of the teams, I see we have Crabominible and Alakazam. I see Mr. Rhyme. I see Pyroar. I see, like, I've been making the claim that our tournaments are, like, some of the most creative builders coming here, and, like, I see Heliolisk Sceptile. Like you guys have been showing up. There's a lot of cool stuff here. Alright, so Mayochup, I guess we didn't look at these teams because we were jumping in later. It wasn't our first pick. Like, nothing wrong with them. It was just the random number generator didn't pick them first. But just to give you a heads up what they're running, this is a Sunny Day Whimsicott. It does have Tailwind, no Encore. Helping Hand, Psychic, Trick Room, Thunderbolt, Farig. Expert Belt Meowscarada with 4 attacks. Flower Trick, Knockoff, Brick Break, Triple Axle. This Pyroar has Snarl and Burning Jealousy. This is Mega Glamora. It's the standard set with Earth Power. And then this is White Herb Golden Go with Thunderbolt, Make It Rain, Shadow Ball, and Protect. And then on the other side, it's Mega Tyranitar with Dragon Dance, Bulk Up Annihilate, Beat Up Mousehold. So we're seeing Mouseape is back in full force. This is the standard Excadrill, but it is Adamant. And then they have Citrus Berry Sinestro with a Relaxed Nature. And then this is the Light Clay Grimmsnarl. Alright, excellent. So it's going to be a fun one. Let's see how Mouseape holds up in the current format. Also really funny that this is Mouseape on sand. Like, they're right back at it. Let's see. Okie dokie. Okay, so we see Tyranitar plus Grimmsnarl versus Pyroar and Whimsicott. Honestly, quite a scary lead for the Pyroar player because you're not really doing a ton to break through this Tyranitar. If you had Solar Beam, it might be a different story, especially because you do have Sunny Day on this Whimsicott to lower the... Like, Tyranitar would lose its special defense bonus from the sand. We'll have to see what's going to happen here. I would not be surprised to see Whimsicott, or not Whimsicott, Tyranitar start to set up in the face of these two, because it's not too offensively threatened just now. Alright. We see Pyroar will be going for the Mega. Grimmsnarl says, fake out into Whimsicott. You're not going to get away with anything. You don't have... Oh, they did have Protect, but we're not going to let you do anything crazy. We see a Burning Jealousy come out. Unfortunately, Burning Jealousy will give a burn to any Pokemon that boosts up, but the thing is Tyranitar boosts up after that move comes out. So it's actually not going to get burned for its troubles. If it chooses to boost up again this turn, it will get burned by the Burning Jealousy, but I think it's too little too late. I also think it's one of those things where it's like, if you want to outspeed Tyranitar, you might have to click Tailwind this turn, and if you do that, then you're also not going to outspeed it. So, man, my guy didn't show up. I'm sorry, Dim's World, that's rough. Alright, so we do see Tyranitar does choose the Mega Evolve. It's at +1/+1, and now it's behind Light Screen. So even if you have Sunny Day plus Flamethrower, which is this Pyroar's strongest move, I don't think it's going to be doing much. Rock Slide comes out, and that's a double KO. We see this Tyranitar's at +1/+1 behind screens. I'm sorry, Dim's World. Dim's World, we will make you the stream match for the next one, okay? I'm going to write you down so I don't forget. Dim's World. Cool. Alrighty. Alright, so we see Farigiraf plus Meowscarada. The thing is, though, that this Tyranitar is at +1, and we saw Dim Sword, by the way. Oh, okay. I don't know where I put the L in there from. Dim Sword. Gotcha. Okay, but Farigiraf is blocking this Grimmsnarl from any priority moves. It might have been impactful if they had this as their lead. But the thing is like, this Tyranitar is already set up. It's not going to be able to do any attacks that are, like, super impactful into this Meowscarada. I don't think Rock Slide will pick it up in one hit. But I also don't think that Meowscarada is going to be able to attack it before Tyranitar gets a swing. Mayochup's saying, hey, I think if I can get a Helping Hand Flower Trick off before you get to move, maybe I can win this. But I think +1 Tyranitar, or Mega Tyranitar, will be the fastest Pokemon. We do see Knockoff come out. Farigiraf gets its Helping Hand, but I think that's the last thing Farigiraf's going to do. And the question's going to be is, will this Meowscarada on its own be able to take out Farigiraf? Or sorry, I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue twisted. Will it be able to take out Grimmsnarl? Will it be able to take out potentially Annihilate, potentially Excadrill? Like, there's a lot of things standing in this Meowscarada's way. It is just a grass type now, so it won't be able to take super effective damage from any fairy type moves this Grimmsnarl might be packing, but let's check if they are. That is an Excadrill. This Grimmsnarl is a Spirit Break set, so it won't be able to use a super effective attack into Meowscarada, but the thing is like, the double up probably will be enough. Yeah, here's the Iron Head. Gonna bring Meowscarada really low, and then it's going to flinch, and followed up by the Spirit Break. That's gonna be the end of Mayochup's first game, but that's just one game, and adaptations will be made. So that Tyranitar looked really scary turn 1. I guess something that Mayochup could have done is switch in their Meowscarada earlier and click Tailwind, because we did see that the Helping Hand Flower Trick was able to one-shot the Tyranitar. Also notably, Meowscarada always crits with Flower Trick, so it does not matter that the screens go up, because screens will actually be ignored by critical hits. So you can't slow this Meowscarada down with traditional things like Intimidate or Reflect or Light Screen. And we're right back at it. Also notably, Meowscarada can't get redirected by the Sinestro, so the only Pokemon that can stop Meowscarada's attacks with redirection would be this Mousehold. So we'll have to see what Mayochup chooses to do. There's definitely a way for them to come around in this game, but they're going to have to be really intentional about how they choose to do this. We also know that this Grimmsnarl having Fake Out is kind of annoying for this team, because it means that you can kind of just shut down this Whimsicott, and we already saw that +1 Rock Slide plus Fake Out chip is enough to pick it up. Alright, so we see the double Dark Lead comes back, but this time the adaptation is going to be that Farigiraf plus Meowscarada. Hi, I'll be lurking for a bit. You're always welcome to lurk. Alright, we do know Helping Hand plus Flower Trick was enough to pick up last time. We also know that this Grimmsnarl is not allowed to just click Fake Out anymore, so I feel like Mayochup already in just one game, adapting in a big way. But the question is like, what are they going to do from here? Because I have to imagine that the Tyranitar player, Benguins, is not going to just let this happen. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tyranitar switch out into something that could potentially resist it, like that Sinestro, or even just like protecting Tyranitar and just going for a Spirit Break this turn. Hey Parker, long time no chat. Glad to be playing again in your tour. Always glad to have you, Glitter. You're always a fun person to watch. So we'll probably be peeping in at some point with you. Alright, so we see that Tyranitar says, you know what, I'm just going to take this nice and slow. I'm going to protect. We see the Spirit Break come out into Meowscarada, and that is going to do more than half. So if Meowscarada chooses to go for the same play again, like, it will be going down to this Grimmsnarl. So Tyranitar could just choose to play passively this turn, say, hey, I'm going to get out of here. I'll come back later when I know that I can set up for free. And if that happens, which it is, we're going to see another Pokemon come in its place, and that's going to be that Sinestro. And I have to imagine that this Grimmsnarl, who's now back at full from the Sand Chip, we see Helping Hand. The question is, did Mayochip go into Tyranitar, or did they go into Grimmsnarl? It's a flower trick, but where's it going? It's going into the Sinestro. Okay. So Sinestra's going to take about a third of, or a little less than a third, but a little more than a quarter of its health. Then the Spirit Break is going to connect again into Meowscarada, and that's going to be the end of the most oppressive thing in Tyranitar, like the oppressive piece in Tyranitar's way. Sinestro taking a little bit of chip, bringing it down to 1/3 of its health. And now we have two potential Trick Room setters on the field. Glimmora comes in, and I think this is a pretty nice place for Glimmora to come in. If you Spirit Break into Glimmora, you're going to potentially poison your Tyranitar later in the game. This is a Protect Sinestro, so it can potentially, like, slow down this Glimmora. I would not be surprised to see a Trick Room potentially come out this turn as well, because we saw that that Tyranitar is pretty fast, especially after it gets a Dragon Dance up. So let's see what happens here. Glimmora is just going to go for that Mega Evolution, saying, hey, you know what? I don't care about the toxic debris. I'm just going for big damage. And that Farigiraf, it knows how to help out. It's been helping handing every turn it's on the field. I don't think either Pokemon will be able to take an attack from this Glimmora after a Helping Hand. Maybe with the Light Screen, Glimmora won't take out the Sinestro, but I have to imagine it might. Going for the Power Gem, Sludge Bomb would have potentially KO'd, but maybe Mayochip is saying, hey, I think it's better to slow roll this. Like, we can wait out Light Screen turns. We could potentially get a Trick Room up when I want to. Glimmora is going to get burned this turn. Honestly, I feel like the momentum is really swinging in Penguin's favor right now, because that Tyranitar, the more damage you stick onto your opponent, the easier it's going to be for it to just clean up the endgame. And now the only Pokemon on Mayochip's side of the field that I feel like can really threaten that Tyranitar is potentially a Golden Go. So we'll have to see. Maybe they can position a Golden Go or a Whimsicott into this game when Sand is like coming to an end. But since Penguins has not Mega'd their Tyranitar, they can kind of just freely recast the Sand whenever they choose to. We're going to see Grimmsnarl switch out. Maybe the idea was like, hey, I can catch a potential super effective with that Earth Power. We do see that it is going to be that Excadrill that switches in here. Rage Powder is going to redirect any potential attacks like an Earth Power into the Sinestro, but instead it's just going to be this Thunderbolt from Farigiraf. If that was going into Grimmsnarl, it was actually going to do no damage into that Excadrill spot, but Sinestro resisting it says, hey, I don't really care too much about this. And now, with Sand up and this Excadrill having Sandstream, it's going to outspeed and potentially just KO both Pokemon with an Earthquake. Like, Farigiraf probably will survive, because Farigiraf's known for being a very bulky Pokemon, but Glimmora with a quad resist, or a quad weakness to this, will almost certainly be going down to an Earthquake here. Luckily, though, that means you know that they're probably not going to be switching in their Tyranitar this turn, because Tyranitar would take that super effectively. So this is a great opportunity to bring in your own Whimsicott. I like that play a lot from Mayochip. We see High Horsepower... Oh, I'm sorry, there is no Earthquake. We see High Horsepower come out into Whimsicott, followed up by a Machagacha, which Whimsicott actually is going to avoid. And what is Farigiraf going to choose to do here is the next question. Going to eat that Citrus Berry up. We're going to see Trick Room come out. So the tricky thing here, though, is that now, like, Sand ends, and while Excadrill was faster than all these Pokemon previously, now that Sand is gone, it's actually slower. So, you probably won't expect Tyranitar to come in here anytime soon, but it's pretty safe to just throw out these Iron Heads into the Whimsicott spot, because it's going to be super effective damage into any Pokemon that could potentially come in. We see Psychic come out into that Sinestro spot. Gonna do decent damage and drop that special defense. But here comes a Machagacha to get some healing right back. And then the question is Ironhead about to fly into this Glimmora? Because if it is, I imagine that'll probably be enough momentum for Benguins to just secure this game. Ironhead does come out, and there goes Glimmora. And now I feel like Mayochup is in a bit of a tough situation here. Like, yes, that Sinestcha has -1 special defense, but since Sand is gone, like, basically your best bet here is just like, hey, maybe I can protect Whimsicott, get a critical hit with my Psychic into this Sinestcha, remove it, and then... But even then, it's like, okay, then Grimmsnarl comes in. Like, Sand doesn't have to come back. Like, there are Pokemon in the back. Penguins has so many options because their Pokemon were not removed earlier. We do see a Psychic come out. It is only going to bring Sinestcha down to 46. It will drop that special defense stat again. So, hey, maybe the third Psychic might be enough. We do see Machagacha come out. Connects into the Farigiraf. Brings it down to just 9% HP. Is there going to be a burn? No burn. Also, no Ironhead connects here. I guess the next question is, could this Whimsicott potentially make it through the through the Trick Room? Could we see a triple protect? All right. Also, I have to imagine we're probably going to see yet another Psychic from this Farigiraf into Sinestcha. All right, Psychic does come out. Will the third one be enough? Unfortunately, it is not. Is there another special defense drop? There is not. Machagacha does not connect. Farigiraf will survive another turn. Sinestcha, or Whimsicott not going for the protect takes a decent amount of damage for its troubles. And Ironhead will connect this time, and that will be the end of Whimsicott. And now Mayochup's in a really tough position, because with just a 9% HP Farigiraf, I think just the Sand Chip alone will probably be enough to remove this Farigiraf. I think that Mayochup played it really well. I think it was a really hard game. I think that they went for an Earth Power, potentially trying to catch something, and it was just the wrong turn, unfortunately. But they will throw out a Psychic, and they will be able to take at least one Pokemon in the second game. Sinestcha will be going down, but in exchange, Farigiraf will also be going down. Well played to both players. I think something that would probably be worth considering is potentially having that Golden Go come in. We saw Golden Go was super effective into Tyranitar, was super effective into that Grimmsnarl. I think there's a world where, I mean, this was not a nasty plot Golden Go, but if you could nasty plot, set up your Golden Go, and just throw out big Make It Rains, it would probably be pretty difficult. Also, potentially adding Redirection to Mayochup's team could potentially be really nice. Meowscarada was really good. I could also see a world where if they had made a few more aggressive plays with that Meowscarada, it could have swung more in their favor as well. But again, well played to both players. I think it's really hard knowing that, like, yeah, you just got swept by that Tyranitar, but sometimes you have to choose to just, like, be like, hey, I'm gonna ignore that Tyranitar. It's a major pain in my butt. It could just run away with the game. But sometimes you have to have the foresight to be like, this was a problem for me last game. They know that. They're going to hold on to their resources. And, I mean, Benguins did a great job of just saying, like, hey, I know when to pump the gas, I know when to pump the brake, and it was just a well-played game by both players. All right, we're going to hop in on another game, because those sets did go pretty quickly. I played so poorly, you know what, it happens. I think it's really important not to beat yourself up too badly, though, because it's one of those things where it's like, if you focus on, I mean, it is important to focus on what you did poorly, right? Like, what you can improve on, but it's also really, really important to just address, like, this is what I could do next time, and not beat yourself up about it, because that's how you get better faster. Hey, chat, that was me. Penguins, you played that super well. Like, your opponent played well too, obviously, don't want to discredit them, but like, you knew when to, I was just talking about how you knew when to pump the gas, you knew when to pump the brake. All right, we see Mega Raichu X, a Pokemon that has not been getting a lot of love recently. Boosting this Archaludon with the Electric Shot, with the Electric Terrain, gonna fire off big damage. That's gonna be a 1.3 times modifier to this already really strong move. All right, we also see that this is the final, these are the final two Pokemon that both players have. Incineroar is going down, and this is just a burned Kingambit. The question is, can this Kingambit bring it home from both of them? Can this Kingambit bring it home? They're all so low, and Kingambit does have a lot of HP left. The question is, how many boosts does this Archaludon have? It has +1 defense. There are plenty of mind games here. I feel like you could argue that, like, if you just Sucker Punch into that Raichu X, if that Archaludon protects, you might be in a much better situation. Yeah, Aerodactyl is a hard Pokemon to deal with. Though that is, I don't want to discredit that at all, Mudkip. Alright. Both players really thinking about this. Archaludon does protect. Does Sacred Fire call the Sucker Punch into the Raichu? It does! Oh my gosh! Okay. We have a game here. Also, we checked how many defense boosts. I did not see how many special attack boosts this Archaludon has. It is at +1 defense. Also, the other question is, how many boosts does this Kingambit have? It's just neutral Kingambit. Ooh, this is going to be close. The question is I think that it's... I don't know. Does this Kingambit have Sacred... Or, sorry, okay, the Kingambit does not have access to Swords Dance. So there is a mind game at play here where it's like, if they just go for Protect, they can get more healing. We see the Kingambit go for Protect, but the thing is like, oh, you know what they're doing is they're stalling out the rain turns so that this Archaludon can't fire off its strongest attacks. And then what Archaludon's going to have left over is Flash Cannon, which is resisted, and Dragon Pulse, which is resisted. This is an excellent play by Sacred Fire VG. Okay, so what's going to happen now is this Kingambit, which is a... What item? It is a Choppleberry Kingambit. So we're not going to see any benefit from the item right now, but they're most likely going to be able to throw off 2 attacks. All right, we do see a Protect come out. We followed up by a Kowtow Cleave. So the question is like, is this going to be better than having let the Archaludon not get 2 ticks from the leftovers? And the Kingambit's also been getting multiple ticks from the burn, so we're gonna have to see. My question is did this Kingambit get burned by a Will-O-Wisp, or did it get burned by... Okay, yes, the Talonflame has Will-O-Wisp. Dragon Pulse doing a large amount of damage. Lodale's out of time, you're right, Meg. That could be another win con here. Alright, we see Kowtow Cleave gonna come out, gonna do almost nothing, so it looks like that Sucker Punch was not gonna be able to do the job, but because Sacred Fire's been able to stall them, as long as that display is correct, I think they're going to win when it comes down to time. The question, though, is does Sacred Fire know this? Like, are they gonna play to the timer right now? And if you're curious, like, how do they know where the timer is? If you look under the Pokemon count on LOL Dale's side of the field, it says 0000, and on Sacred Fires it says 2 minutes and 14 seconds. So the question, though, then becomes, like, is this display giving us accurate information? Because I have seen the display Pokemon that are alive, that are not, or Pokemon that are not fainted on the battlefield that are actually fainted, so we will see. Kingambit goes for the Protect. Cheered with 2 bits. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. All right, they are going to Protect. Let's see. Is it going to come down to time here? All right, they are going to get the leftovers healing. Sacred Fire actually does have less HP than... The time runs out. The battle is over. And Sacred Fire is actually going to win on the timer. Well played by both players. Holy cow, what a game. And that is why you always have to make sure that you are playing to time. Also, they have a judge issue. Let's see. Also, making sure there are no other judge issues. They're just the other player is asking what's happening because they didn't understand. So if you're new to playing the game, what happens is both players. So there are 3 timers. There is the game timer, the overall timer, and when that ends, whoever has more resources usually is the winner. Like HP is what I'm talking about specifically. And if your timer ever runs out, you lose. If you're on the ranked ladder, it is always a draw. That is correct. That is correct. I just won the impossible matchup for my team. Alright, I was just making sure everyone was okay. They're handling it with grace. But it is also, like, it's frustrating to, like, because, like, by all means, like, if the game had, like, 5 more turns, right? Sacred Fire BG would have lost that game almost certainly because they had less resources available, but because they played to the timer, they were actually able to win. So, again, really important detail to make sure that you're aware of if you're ever going into a tournament is how that timer works. It almost never comes up, but when you play Pokemon like Archaludon or, like, more defensive stall-based Pokemon, it does come up. I mean, obviously, Archaludon's not exclusively a stall Pokemon. It's just like with an ability like Stamina, you sometimes find yourself being alive for a really long time. My 100% Table 1 lose rate from last week continues. I mean, that's all mental. You got to get out of your head. Also, North, you know what? If it's a impossible matchup, then it means that it's not impossible anymore. It sounds like you found the way. All right, we have a few games that are finishing up. Is this over? Playing to timer is a good skill to practice for real competition. Yeah, exactly, Pokemeg. So true. Okie dokie. They are back in another set. Okay, so it looks like this time Sacred Fire is leading with the Incineroar plus the Frostlass. And LOL Dale is saying, hey, you know what? I know what's been working for me, and that's this Archaludon, so I'm leaning into that. The nice thing, though, for Sacred Fire BG is that they can throw out big blizzards into this Archaludon, and there's nothing really stopping them outside of maybe this Pelipper with Wide Guard, potentially. But at the same time, it's not going to stop them this turn, and then that's going to be a Shadow Ball potentially next turn. Alright, Blizzard's going to come out. How much damage is it going to do into both? That's a lot of damage into both of them. And a Frozen Archaludon. Oh my goodness, that is a, like, yes, you've got multiple defense boosts. Yes, you can use the Wide Guard now, but it's like that with a Frozen Archaludon, you are not sitting pretty anymore. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Incineroar potentially go for a Parting Shot into the Pelipper just to mitigate whatever's damage is coming in this turn. Yes, Pelipper could potentially click Wide Guard, but it's not even guaranteed that this Archaludon will be able to come out of its frozen status this turn. We are going to see Sinestcha come in and heal this Pokemon right back up. If another Blizzard comes out, it's going to be really hard for Archaludon to deal with this. We see a Shadow Ball come out into what would have been the Pelipper spot, and it connects on Sinestcha. It's going to do most of its health. Archaludon will stay frozen, and a big Snarl is going to come out into both Pokemon. The Colbur Berry is going to keep that Sinestcha probably on the field for one more turn, but Archaludon, like, for all its troubles, it is staying on the battlefield, but at the same time, it's like, now it's at -1. And without Body Press available like it had in the past, it's like, yeah, you've got your Archaludon on the field, but, like, for what? I do see a world where this Pelipper comes back in next turn, and we potentially see like a Flash Cannon or an Electro Shot thrown out, but it's like every turn this Incineroar can throw out its Snarl is a turn that this Archaludon is going to just lose more and more of its damage output. Alright, let's see. Sinestro will switch out. I have to imagine Pelipper's probably coming back in now. The thing, though, is, like, if a Sucker Punch is thrown out... Or, sorry, not a Sucker Punch. If a Shadow Ball is thrown out into that spot, Pelipper's going down. We do see Shadow Ball go right back into that Archaludon spot. Stamina comes out. Archaludon will thaw and fire out an Electro Shot to get that special attack stat right back up. Alright, is it going into the Incineroar or is it going into the Frostlass is the next question. Alright, we see it fired out. Electro Shot goes out into Frostlass, going to bring it down around a half. That is completely respectable damage, where another one or a Flash Cannon almost certainly is going to pick up that Frostlass. Archaludon now at 20% HP, just refusing to go down. Honestly, like, if we see Sinestro come in, that's going to be more healing on this Archaludon and more momentum back in Archaludon's tank. Like, maybe, despite being frozen, maybe despite all of it, maybe this Pokemon is the Pokemon that can come through for LOL Dale. We do see Dale is making decisions pretty fast now, because, like, their time is about the same as Sacred Fire VG's timer now. My opponent reported Game 3 as a loss when it was a 2-game set. Let me go check on that. If you could just do a judge request, it will help me find it. Alright, Shadow Ball actually not going to be enough to take out the Pelipper. Tailwind comes right back out. Let's see. Izzy. Alright. Oh, yeah, I'll just reset that for you. Thank you for that. Izzy. Cool. You should be good now, Izzy. Alright, we do see Archaludon is alive at 32%, and it has a lot of defense stacks now. Honestly, like, this patience might be being rewarded for Archaludon. It has maxed out defenses and also Tailwind up, which means that I don't think that this Incineroar can remove Archaludon with a single hit. And the fact that you have Tailwind up means that, like, you are in control of the board. We saw that, like, Electro Shot almost did enough to remove Frostlass last game, so maybe if you just go for, like, a Flash Cannon, it might just be able to do the job. Right. Alright, we see Frostlass retreats, identifying that, hey, if I can keep this Pokemon for the late game, I can always get the weather that I want. And if I have Whimsicott come out, that means that I could potentially always have speed control in my favor as well. We do see Mega Raichu X reveal itself here. Also, the boost from the Electric Surge would make it so that if it was fired into Frostlass, it would have taken it out. We do see Volt Switch come out from this this Raichu, getting the Sinestro back in and healing up this Archaludon yet again. Archaludon saying, hey, as long as that last Pokemon is a physical attacker, I can take anything that comes my way. And luckily, honestly, like, this Sinestro probably will be able to cast Trick Room, which means that, like, this Whimsicott might not be able to get what it wants either. Alright, we see Electro Shot brings Whimsicott down to around 65. We see a Parting Shot. Sacred Fire just completely removing every option for this Archaludon to get out of control. We see Frostlass return, and I think both of these Pokemon are probably close to, if not completely, within range of Blizzard now. Alright, Archaludon sitting at 63% HP. It might be close, actually. Maybe not. Alright, Sinestro at 11%. This is the story of how one bridge stood against the whole world. Okay. I would not be surprised to see Tailwind come out to make the speed stats even on the other side. I would not be surprised to see a potential Protect come out from either of these Pokemon. Like, it's basically the battle of this bridge, and if Archaludon goes down, I think the rest of the team will crumble with it. But if Steven can remove the two threats, which are on the board right now in front of it, I think that this game might just be Dale's game to win. Alright, so we see Flash Cannon come out. It is going to target into that Frostlass, and it will remove it. But we did see that they did not go 4 Tailwind on that Whimsicott, which means if Trick Room is the next move to come out, that the speed stat might not be working in Archaludon's favor anymore. Trick Room does come out. And now it's actually gotten a lot trickier for LOL Dale. Because that Moonblast did not do a little damage, it did a lot of damage. Alright, King Gambit is the final Pokemon, but this is a +6 Archaludon. The only way you're breaking this thing is with a special attacker, and the only special attacker remaining is that Whimsicott. So if you can find a way to get your Fake Out Pokemon in position, you can stop this Whimsicott from clicking Encore into your Archaludon and slowing you down. Because I think if you can get your Archaludon in position, you can almost certainly always beat this Whimsicott, or this King Gambit plus Incineroar combo. Special defense drop hurting that Arch a lot here, yes. Okay, now the question though is how are we going to navigate this situation? Because inside of Trick Room with Tailwind up, Whimsicott just choosing to switch out here. We're going to see this Incineroar come right back in. Intimidate's going to come out. Do we see the switch out from the Sinestro? We do not. Kowtow Cleave is going to come out. And what does this Archaludon choose to do here? It's going to be Flash Cannon into the Incineroar, going to do almost nothing. But the thing is, like, in front of these two, I think you can kind of just click Electro Shot, right? You can do Fake Out Electro Shot into that Incineroar spot. It's a bit of a tricky turn, though, because, like, a Parting Shot could make your life very difficult here. Raichu returns inside of Trick Room. It's going to be really, really difficult. Basically, this bridge is going to probably beat these two Pokemon, but that one Whimsicott, the support Pokemon, has become the key offensive piece for Sacred Fire. 2 Snarls might be getting close to getting it. Yeah. No, that's fair. That is fair. Let's see. We have... It is at -1 special attack. So, I mean... Okay, we see Fake Out comes out into the Raichu, saying, hey, you can't Fake Out me, I'm going to Fake Out you. We do see Kowtow Cleave followed up into the Raichu. Gonna bring it down to 13% HP. This is not a Raichu Y, this is a Raichu X. It does have more bulk than your standard Raichu, but now that Raichu's always just in range of Sucker Punch. Alright, Electro Shot, because of the weather, is not going to fire off this turn. Will be firing off next turn. Probably in range of a Snarl on this Raichu. It's a really tricky turn because they basically have to get this Whimsicott while the Trick Room is up. That's the only way Archaludon's going to outspeed it. Or this Archaludon has to heal up enough that it won't go down to a Moonblast. We do see Stamina won't go any higher. Also, hi Cyclops, glad to have you. Snarl comes out, it is enough to pick up this Raichu. Honestly, the Snarl Incineroar is probably going to be the Pokemon to save the day here. Electro Shot, I like how Stamina keeps proccing, like we know, we can't go any higher. Electro Shot comes out with the Electric Terrain boost, is not going to do too much to this Incineroar. And honestly, the special attacking Incineroar is probably going to be the Pokemon that is going to make it so that this Archaludon just can't finish the job here. I guess there is a world where if they anticipate that this Archaludon is going for a Protect, you could always just like Parting Shot out and then bring your Whimsicott in and end it. Nope. Unless they Parting Shot off of their own King Gambit. This is the final game of our first set of the tournament too. Snarl comes out, that's going to be more healing for this Archaludon. It's got maximum defenses. But you know what? Dale just lost a game off of time. Maybe Dale's going to find a way to win a game off of time. Maybe he's going to make his opponent think more than he has to. Also, a critical hit into this Incineroar would definitely remove it from the battlefield. Alright, we see Dragon Pulse come out. But the question is, do you even want to remove this Incineroar right away? The thing that's really annoying... Oh, speaking of crits, there's one right there. And that's going to be the game for Sacred Fire VG. Well played to both of them. I don't know how you crit a Snarl. Like, like you just hit their eardrum in the right way. The bridge goes down, yeah. You know what? Vibrations can take down a bridge, I guess. Alright, that was a well-played game by both players. Honestly, I was not envious of either player. It looked like a really tough situation to be in. They both played super well. I was sweating, though. I was like, there is a world where this bridge at +6 just completely runs away with the game. And I'm going to announce to everyone that round 2 is up. Cool. Alright, cool. Alright, and we're going to our next round. I said Dim's World would be the first person we watched, so let's see, are they still here? Yep. We're gonna do Dim's World because their opponent didn't show up last time. You're okay. Don't, no. Hey Parker, missed out with the B this week. We will be back. We will be back next week. Excellent. I almost, so I messaged you. I was like, I almost want to know the secrets behind the B team because I was like, maybe I need to make a video about the B team so people can be enlightened about it. So how do I get into the tournament? The tournament link is in the description if you're on YouTube. The thing is that this tournament is currently ongoing and we are now in game 3. So sorry, this is game 2. So you will be joining late. So it's almost certain you won't be able to win, but you will be able to get practice. We do this tournament every Monday at 7:30 Eastern time. All right, 26355 Is that the GOAT, Parker Simmons? I'm not the GOAT. I'm just a guy. But that is the coolest Lazy Warlock 52 I know. Cooler than all the other 51 of them. You're okay. She's at work. All right, let's do private battles. Alrighty. 26355 Cool. Alright, we're joining Dim's World. Okay, so Dim's World is running the Mega Delphox plus Floette team with a Choice Scarf Golden Go, and they got Life Orb Garchomp. And G is for Gamer is running a Mega Charizard team with Solar Beam. They've got Mega Floette with Light of Ruin, so it's not like a setup version. I got a bye for round 2. Thanks for streaming round 1. Thanks for playing round 1. It was fun watching you. We've got Liquidation Mystic Water Basculegion, and we've got Focus Sash Whimsicott. It's my first tourney. I was hoping for a better next game. Well, don't worry, because you'll be right back for another game right afterwards. So I'm sorry that you have a bye, but it's okay. You get to take a breather, you get to listen, you get to watch, you get to play games on the ladder, whatever's your medicine for relaxing. It could be getting dinner, you know. But it's all good. And guess what? Like, whether it's your first game, your last game, there are going to be plenty more losses in front of you, and every loss is just another opportunity to learn, so you'll be killing it before you know it. My first ever tournament, I lost like 4 games in a row, or like 4 sets in a row, and then I came back next week and got first place. So it's all about mindset. If you come back and you're like, I know what I did wrong this time, I can make sure to get the win next time. Also, thank you for the subscription. That means so much. Giordano Stagno, greatly appreciated. Also, guys, it's crazy. I in the last month on YouTube, I have gotten like almost 150 subscribers. Like the little metric is like, your subscriber growth has gone up by 999% for this month. So the effort has been like, and love you guys have, okay, so the effort I've been putting in and the love you guys have been showing me, it's been paying off, and I greatly appreciate all of you. All right, so let's talk about this game. So right now, we're in a bit of a difficult situation because this Sneasler is threatening Fake Out into the Whimsicott, which means Charizard is going to be in trouble. This is an Encore Delphox, so it can't really get as much boost as like a normal Delphox, but it is going to be a thorn in the side of this Whimsicott and Charizard for sure. This is an unburdened Sneasler, so if it takes too much damage, like if a Weather Ball or a strong Heat Wave comes its way, it's going to outspeed both of these inside of Tailwind anyway. So let's see what the players choose to do. Also, I just saw in my multi-chat that someone said, I'm glad I found this community. I'm excited to get more into VGC. It means a lot. This is a great place to start for sure. Like, there's a lot of great players, a lot of fun teams. So we're glad you found it too. Like, I'm glad you're here, and I'm sure that like everyone loves having you. Okay, so we have Droughts coming out. We see Whimsicott's going to go for a Protect. That's a really safe move because Fake Out is pretty likely going into that spot. It doesn't look like it is. We see Heat Wave come out. Heat Wave's going to connect on Charizard. It's going to bring it down to 72, which means it's going to take 3 more to take it out from here. Dire Cluck comes out, anticipating the Protect. It's only going to take... Never mind. I was going to say it's only going to take 2 more Heat Waves, but like, hey, neither of these Pokemon got hurt, and that's so much momentum for our trainer on the right side, Dim's World. Like, because you can't get Encored out of something like Fake Out now. You can just throw out another Dire Claw and a Psycho... is it Psychic or Psyshock? A Psyshock into this Whimsicott, take it out, and like Charizard might not even wake up. Like, Psyshock into Charizard is pretty free, though, in case you're like, hey, like, you basically have to have brought the King Gambit in order to stop it. And if you did bring King Gambit, are you really going to switch it in the face of, like, a Fighting type and potentially a Heat Wave, too? So it's a really difficult call to make here. Alright, so we do see Tailwind comes out. The next question is, will Charizard wake up, or is this a two-turn sleep? Charizard does wake up, goes for a Heat Wave, connects on both. Gonna bring Sneasler down to 12. Not gonna proc that Sash, which means Unburden will not activate. Heat Wave is gonna miss on that. Charizard will go bring this Whimsicott down to just 1 HP. Now the big question is, where did Sneasler target? Round 2 opponent was a no-show, 2-0. Hey, sometimes you gotta take those. It gets the burn. If Sneasler did not target into this and targeted into the... I was gonna say, if Sneasler targeted into that Charizard, it would be a double KO, and there'd be so much momentum on Dim's World side. But instead, this Charizard is going to be free to throw out more moves. And I have to imagine it's probably Garchomp or Basculegion coming out this turn. Let's see. Here comes Garchomp. Free to click Earthquake or Rock Slide. Actually, honestly, Rock Slide plus Heat Wave is a pretty devastating combo right now. The only Pokemon that could really switch in on it would be that Garchomp on Dim's World side. Or sorry, Dim's Sword side. I don't know why I keep saying Dim's World. On Dim's Sword side. But even then, do you want to take all that damage? And thank you so much for the subscription, too. Greatly appreciated. Okay, we see another Protect come out. Weather Ball is going to go into that Sneasler. Going to definitely pick up. So something to note, some people actually do minus special defense nature, so that way, if Charizard has a lot of special attack, you can get that Unburden boost, which would mean that's free damage this turn from that Sneasler. Alright. Now the question is, what Pokemon does Dim's Sword bring out this time? Because if you have Whimsicott, you can match Tailwind, and look who it is. It's going to be that Whimsicott. The only thing is the, like, you're still going to have to take a big Rock Slide for your troubles, potentially. I just pasted my team and registered, so do I just wait? Yes, you'll just wait for round 3. Thanks for asking, though, Cyclops. Okay, now the question is what's going to happen this turn? We do see Protect come out from Charizard saying, you know what, I don't really want to risk taking a Psycho Shot. We see Tailwind come out from Whimsicott. And if Delphox survives this turn, they can Encore Lock this Charizard down. We see Psyshock going into that Charizard, getting protected, followed up by a Rock Slide. It is going to connect, and it will remove Delphox, which makes this now a 3 versus 2. Honestly, Dim's Sword had so much momentum early game, but just one Tailwind in this board state has been so difficult to maneuver around. And the question is, who is this final Pokemon? It turns out it is actually going to be Golden Go. Tailwind is up, which means that, like, you can kind of just throw out Moonblast plus Shadow Ball, and if you think it's going to be enough, it would potentially bring you to a situation where you might be approaching an endgame, where you could potentially win it out from here. But the thing is there's one more turn of Tailwind, and unless this Golden Go has a... Oh, it's actually Choice Scarf Golden Go, I was going to say. This is actually the Golden Go that can outspeed all these Pokemon, so there is a world where, like, a Moonblast plus Shadow Ball combo could just, like, bring us to a nice endgame here. But the thing is if that final Pokemon is a King Gambit, Shadow Ball is going to be so difficult for you to work around. Charizard comes back. It makes me feel like that might be King Gambit. There it is. Now the question is, did we double into this Garchomp? Nope, it's going to be Shadow Ball into King Gambit. Does a good amount of damage. What does Whimsicott do? It's Energy Ball, not Moonblast. Does it have Moonblast? Energy Ball really did not do a ton of damage. We do see Earthquake comes out. That will actually hit into this Golden Go and this King Gambit. And it's going to be Whimsicott versus both Charizard and Garchomp. And since this Whimsicott only has Energy Ball, which is a quad-resisted move, I think Charizard's going to be able to take the cake here. Sunlight fades, but Charizard's going to bring it right back in. I love that they sacrificed their King Gambit saying, you know what, I've identified that the win con for me here is this Charizard. If that Golden Ghost survived, it would have been a much trickier situation, but I don't see a world where Energy Ball, even with a critical hit, is securing this game. That's just too much damage. We see Energy Ball come out into Garchomp. It's going to survive with 8% HP. Weather Ball is going to come out, and this Whimsicott is roasted, toasted, and gone. Bye-bye, Whimsicott. Well played to both players. And it just goes to show how devastating it can be when Tailwind ends up getting up, you know? Like, they got put to sleep, they were in a really rough situation, and then all of a sudden, bam, the momentum shifts immediately. Okay. Okay, judge issue resolved. My opponent is in another tournament. I'm waiting for them. Let me hold on. Oh, they're already playing. They cannot dual run tournaments. Like, they can't make you wait. That's gonna be a game lost for them, Maxoxy. Let me see. Like, well, hold on. We're not going to give the whole set. Oh, Glitter reported it as a loss. Yeah, we can't hold up the tournament. We can do a game loss. No worries, Glitter. If you want to just do a game loss, and if you can make it in time, that's fine. But you don't have to forfeit the whole thing. We just can't have it wait, like, super, super long. Sorry about this match. This match takes matches. Shrug. No worries. Time. Ugh. Okay. I mean, if you want to scoop, you can. I'm not gonna tell you you can't scoop, but you if you how about this? If you're not playing in the next 4 minutes for your next game, then you have to scoop. It has to start by 8:30. I can wait. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's get back to it. All right, so we see that it's the same lead, Sneasler, Delphox. I think this time, I imagine Whimsicott might go a little bit more aggressive because we saw last time that they got punished for it. But I don't care. I don't know if the tournament can wait for us. It should be fine. We'll come watch you. Basically, they have 3 more minutes, and if they don't show up, then that's a game loss. Okay, we're gonna see Charizard protect this time. Do we see a double protect? Okay, we do see Fake Out come out this time. Actually into the Charizard. We see Tailwind come out. It would be crazy if Delphox encores the Whimsicott this turn. Would be great. It's just Heat Wave. But hey, Heat Wave is completely respectable. I actually think that the worst case scenario here is that this Whimsicott potentially gets burned now. Because then you would just be letting Garchomp in, and we saw last time Garchomp plus Charizard is just too oppressive. Oh my gosh, we might be seeing it happen. Like, yeah, you can't Encore Lock the Sneasler anymore, but like Heat Wave plus Rock Slide just removes both Pokemon, doesn't it? We have Tailwind up. Honestly, if Dim Sword just clicked Fake Out plus Heat Wave, I think that this game might have just completely swung in the opposite way. All right, we see Garchomp come in. This is the monster board state we saw last time. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, if Garchomp's always clicking Rock Slide, right? Garchomp is always clicking Rock Slide, so Rock Slide Heat Wave should just remove both Pokemon. Basically, I think that Dim Sword has to hope that they experience a miss, because if a miss happens, there's a chance that they will be able to navigate the situation a little bit better, because they basically need both moves that have the potential to miss to connect on both Pokemon. Or, you know what, defensive play is always an option too. We see Garchomp is actually going to come in. Charizard is going to Mega Evolve. It's almost certain that we're going to see a Rock Slide plus a Heat Wave. If we see Heat Wave, it does connect. It's going to bring Sneasler down to 20. Critical hit on the Garchomp. Don't love seeing that. Plus the burn on Sneasler. Oh no. My opponent has Choice Scarf, Dry Skin, Heliolisk versus Charizard Bask, but didn't bring it, so I don't know what matchup they would bring it in then. True. That, yeah. Also, Peeply Weeply, thanks for the subscription. That's one of the best names I've ever heard. It's just now showing up on my feed. Alright, okay, so Garchomp gets in. There are still multiple turns of Tailwind, but here comes Whimsicott. So maybe we can start to shift the momentum in our trainer's favor. A Tailwind plus Dragon Claw into that Garchomp might be able to make it so that Whimsicott can see the next turn. And then in a 1v1 with Charizard and Delphox, I feel like it is very Delphox favored. So, okay, we see a Protect actually saying, you know what? I'm gonna try and slow down your momentum. I'm just gonna click Protect. But the thing is like, as long as I'm pretty sure Max, oh sorry, I'm not looking at the right team. I'm pretty sure Dim Sword's Whimsicott has the ability to click Encore into either of these Pokemon now. Alright, let's see. We're gonna drop somebody real quick because they're not showing up to their game. Alright, we see Energy Ball come out into the Garchomp. What is the follow-up? We see Heat Wave come out. Whimsicott actually gonna dodge. That's pretty huge. Garchomp gonna go down to 18%. Whose Garchomp is faster now is the question. Dragon Claw from G for Gamers Garchomp. It is now going to be Whimsicott and Delphox versus the world. Can Team Girly Pop win it? But the issue is, last time we saw King Gambit was the final Pokemon in the back. If that's the case again, I don't know how Dim Sword is going to win this one. Because yes, Delphox is a very oppressive fire type, but Sucker Punch will just completely blow that Pokemon up. Alright, so Delphox is going to land the Psyshock into Charizard. Going to do about 54% of its HP, followed up by an Energy Ball. Going to remove... Oh, not going to remove this Garchomp, which means Garchomp is going to be able to swing again. Heat Wave connects into both. No fake or Focus Sash on this one, Whimsicott. It is gone. And now, Garchomp's going to be able to swing, and it's going to be single target with a Life Orb. Rock Slide, going to connect. Bye-bye Delphox, and we won't even see the final Pokemon, whether it was King Gambit or not. Does not matter. This game is now over. Well played to both players. But Garchomp will go down. The Life Orb will get it. Honestly, I feel like if that was just a Moonblast Whimsicott, it probably would have been a completely different match. Also, my background's getting pretty dark, so I'm going to have to turn the light on. I'm going to ask you to move for just a second. Ready? We're going down. Go down. Right. Let me turn this light on. And we're going to jump into another match. I think both players played it really well, but we definitely see why Whimsicott's... Do you want to hop back up? We see why Whimsicott's generally run Moonblast. Okay. Girl power and a dream. That's all you need sometimes. That's how I get through my day, with girl power and a dream. Let's see. Oh, they already dropped, it says. Cool. Alright, we're gonna hop into another set. Let's see what Robot and Masks are. Rob TCG. I read that completely wrong. Let's see what they're up to. It's 92970849. Joining Masks room. Cool. cool. All right, so this is game 2. The winner of game 1 was Masks. Masks team is the one that is got the King Gambit, Charizard, Aerodactyl, Garchomp, and Sylveon, and Rob TCG is running Alolan Ninetales plus Staraptor. So we can see that it looks like it is the match of the Mega Flying types. So Rob and Masks have both lost 2 Pokemon. It is Basculegion and Staraptor versus Sylveon and Aerodactyl. Do you think there's a single best Pokemon in Champions? At the moment, it looks to be Charizard, but like, the thing with Pokemon is every single Pokemon has a bad matchup. Like, even Charizard can just get a cell rocked by Lycanroc. So, there's not like a Pokemon that will always win you games, but like, if you look at tournament results across the board and average them together, Charizard is just doing fantastic. Alright, but let's see. Also, it's really important popping into this battle to see what our... Oh my gosh, look how bulky this Staraptor is. That thing is going to be taking an attack from Sylveon at this range. It's at +3. We see Last Respects is going to come out into the Sylveon and remove it. And I think Rob is going to be taking this to a game 3. Alright, Close Combat will connect into this Aerodactyl. And it's going to bring it down to 28. The only way I imagine that we're going to see this Staraptor go down is with a critical hit dual Wing Beat. But just going for Rock Slide, this Aerodactyl isn't going to outspeed these Pokemon. And with both of them outspeeding it last turn, I think that's just going to be the end of our game. The number 1 on in-game battle data is Garchomp, though. Fair. You know what? All those Charizard teams that do well usually have Garchomps on them, and it's easier to put Garchomp on a team than Charizard. So, fair. Very fair. If we're talking base mons. Also, it's funny that you asked that about what is the best Pokemon right now, because I actually just made a tier list I made a mega tier list on YouTube, and I also made just the regular Pokemon, like the non-megas on YouTube as well. So if you're curious, both those videos are right there, so. Because I'm pretty sure you were messaging from YouTube, yes. So yeah, Cyclops, if you check YouTube after the stream, or if you're just like looking for background content, I've got 2 tier lists. I'm trying to make like highly edited nice content, but I'm trying to get a video out every single week now, and it's hard because like the highly edited stuff is hard to do because I'm a motion designer video editor, so I edit by day, and now I'm trying to do editing at night too for myself, so it's a lot. So sometimes we have to just put out a tier, like, not that I don't like putting out tier lists, but I want to be more known for like really high quality like edited stuff and like deep dives on things. So I'm excited about what's gonna come out. I'm shooting to have a highly edited video out next week, but we will see. I've been in the script writing process, and it's taking longer than I thought it was going to. All right, so let's look at the sports day. Last time, we don't know what happened to game 1, but we do know in game 2 that this Staraptor really got out of hand. A Pokemon that can stop Staraptor from getting out of hand is that Charizard is pretty strong, and the only way you can really do damage into it is with Close Combat. And Sylveon is also another Pokemon that's quite annoying for it, because it's like, yeah, you can hit it with Brave Bird, but like Brave Bird removes your HP, and you want to click Close Combat so you can bulk up over and over again. So if you do Charizard plus Sylveon, you're going to be in a really, really rough time if you're a Staraptor player. Alright, instead we're going to see Aerodactyl and Farigiraf. Both of these Pokemon are actually, like, this is a pretty good combo to have. Also, I need to check what kind of Staraptor we're looking at here. This is a Life Orb Garchomp. Okay, so like, I would not be surprised to see a Close Combat into either of these Pokemon. There's no reason not to do it. And Garchomp can pretty freely throw out like a Rock Slide or an Earthquake in this situation. I don't imagine Farigiraf is going to be clicking Trick Room, but I have been surprised before. The thing is, Aerodactyl is going to outspeed both of these Pokemon. Can this Farigiraf click Protect? It can. Okay, so both these Pokemon... Oh, actually, I take it back. I was going to say both these Pokemon can click Protect, but that Aerodactyl does not have Protect. It has Ice Fang. So that Ice Fang could come out into this Garchomp and be a big problem. Also, Farigiraf is packing Psychic, which means that we might already be seeing a pretty difficult time here. Yeah, Aero is threatening both here. Yeah, from my experience using Charizard Aero teams in MA, Charizard Aero lead with Sylveon on back is great into Staraptor compositions. Yeah. Alright, we see Rock Slide come out. It is actually just going to miss the Staraptor. I think that's the Pokemon you're aiming for. I mean, you could always get this critical hit on Garchomp, but It's looking quite rough. And Rock Slide comes right back. Gonna do more than half to this Aerodactyl. You'd think that the Pokemon with Stab Rock Slide was Garchomp based on the damage we just saw. Alright, and then what does this Staraptor choose to do? It does Close Combat. This Mega Pokemon is gonna get almost no damage for its troubles. And there it goes. The -1 Rock Slide only connect, and the flinch. Oh my gosh, Masks is gonna have to make up a lot of plays to make up for all that lost momentum here. That is a heartbreaker turn. But you know what? Masks is someone that's joined our tournaments many times and has gotten like good placements many times. So if anyone can figure out a way through this, it's probably them. Also, immediately we see a great Pokemon into both Pokemon that Rob VGC has brought. And if Trick Room had gone up, man, Mask would be in a very, very scary position here. Also, now that we've seen Staraptor has gotten a close combat, it's probably safe from one attack from these Pokemon, but I don't imagine it can take two. I guess it also is going to depend on how the Staraptor is trained, because like if it's max speed, max attack, maybe it will go down to a Sylveon attack. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, Garchomp can kind of freely click Earthquake, and Staraptor can kind of freely click either Close Combat into Furgraph to stop a potential Trick Room from going up, or Brave Bird into Sylveon to remove it from the battlefield. We're going to see Earthquake come out. It will connect onto the Sylveon. How much is this going to do? Going to bring Sylveon down to 33%. That is very, very low. If the Staraptor attack, even Close Combat might get it from here. Nope, we're going to see Close Combat will not target into either Pokemon. And Hyper Beam's going to come out. That's one way to remove a Sylveon or a Staraptor. Alakazam 2 wins, 0 losses. We're going to have to check out Alakazam next game. Alright, and just like that, we've seen one more Mega Pokemon go down. The thing is, though, is like this Sylveon's really low, and Earthquake is, unless, actually, I was going to say Earthquake can kind of freely come out, but the only Pokemon that can come out and take an Earthquake freely would be that Talonflame, but it looks like it's going to be Basculegion. A very, very scary offensive piece. Like, realistically, I think this Furgraph might just have to click Protect again, or Protect this turn, hope it gets the double, and then you gotta pray that the final Pokemon in the back is something like a Kingambit, and you can just Sucker Punch that Basculegion. Actually, is this Basculegion sashed or anything? We need to check that. Rob's Basculegion is a Choice Scarf Basculegion. So, I do see a world where we can potentially have like a Sucker Punch come out from Kingambit, knock out this Basculegion, and get us to an endgame. But if Wave Crash comes out into that Furgraph, I think that this Earthquake is just going to clear both of them. We'll have to wait and see, actually. Okay, just goes for the Dragon Claw. Into the Sylveon. Notably, Sylveon cannot switch out here. Just staying the course. Mask is going to get the Trick Room up and actually might be able to steal this game away. Because now you can kind of just freely click Hyper Voice plus Psychic into anything, right? The only Pokemon that would be really scary to see Rob bring out now would be a Kingambit of their own. And even then, that's not guaranteeing a win, right? Because there could be a Garchomp in the back. This is Choice Scarf Basculegion, so Hyper Voice is just going to go crazy here. Honestly, I'm trying to understand the Dragon Claw play here. It might have been a situation where they ran out of time. Yeah, I don't know. We see Thunderbolt into that fish. Gonna bring it down to 26%, and then followed up with a big old scream from a little old fox. Alright, let's see. Hyper Voice comes out, brings down the Basculegion, and now it is a 3 versus 2 situation. Things were looking pretty dire for Masks on turn 1, but just like I said, it looks like they did find a way to turn it around. Could be a misclick too if they were playing on mobile, that's possible. Yeah, completely true. Alright, we do see Talonflame, and funny enough, Talonflame, while it would normally have priority and be able to attack the Sylveon, because of the Armor Tail, actually can't even use any of its flying type moves until it takes some damage. So there may be a world where we... Actually, I was going to say, does Hyper Voice plus Thunderbolt just pick up this Talonflame? We see Brave Bird. Armor Tail is going to block that attack. Thunderbolt will come out. Going to bring it down to 0. Furgraph hitting hard. There's a critical hit. Okay, I was going to say... And then down goes Talonflame. And here comes a Hyper Voice. I don't think you're taking that, Garchomp. And just like that, Masks did a great... Another double critical hit is crazy. Like, the momentum was already on their side, but to just go bam, bam. Masks was feeling it. Said, you know what, I got unlucky turn 1, but guess what? I'm turning it right back around. Alright, well played by both players. And now we have, most of our games are done. We're going to check in on, let's see. Oh my gosh, someone's running Mega Malamar. We just missed it, just ended. Let's see. Okay, well, we're gonna hop in on this game. Let's see, the code is here. I will tell you more about their team in just a second. 8, 6, 9, 5, 1, 6, 3, 8. Okay, cool. Joining it. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. So, Max Oxy is running a Garchomp, Aerodactyl, Annihilate with Bulk Up, like Grimmsnarl, like a slow roll team. And Glitter V-Camp is running like a Mamoswine, Raichu Y, like Mega Blaziken, Araquanid team. Okay, so we actually see coaching on the Mamoswine, making it very bulky into this Mega Garchomp. Alright, it's going to use high horsepower. I thought that was a Mega Garchomp, but it is actually just a Grimmsnarl. I'm seeing things. The Mega Garchomp is in the back. Alright, Manny is going to take some of its Life Orb, and it is going to remove that Pokemon. Alright, we've already seen that Raichu has Mega'd, so this Blaziken will not be able to Mega. But it's going to be able to click coaching over and over again. Unfortunately, though, that Rotom is kind of just this Mamoswine's worst nightmare. Without being able to hit it with a ground-type move, it's going to be really hard to remove. It's going to have to be like a double up of Close Combat plus Icicle Crash. We're going to see Blaziken just opting for a Protect this turn. Manny as well. Scouting protects across the board. Garchomp going for a Protect too. What does this Rotom choose to do? Goes for an Overheat. What kind of Rotom are we looking at? Max is running the Life Orb variant of Rotom, so, and it's got Nasty Plot too. If it connects with that Overheat, it is actually going to have its stats go down. Also, since Garchomp's Mega Evolved, its speed has actually gone down, so the question now becomes, what are the Pokemon speed orders? We know that Blaziken will be the fastest. Ice Shard just flies out into that Garchomp, will not remove it. Even with the +1, that Garchomp with the Mega is just too bulky. We see a follow-up Close Combat saying, hey Garchomp, does not matter if you survive, we're taking you out anyway. And now Max is going to have to face off against 3 Pokemon with just a Rotom, and if it goes for Overheat, it's actually going to be lowering its special attack stat, which means this Blaziken's going to be able to throw multiple Close Combats off at it. Alright, Rotom takes some of its Life Orb chip. The question, though, is, did this Rotom potentially get any Nasty Plots off? Alright, it is just Sinestcha. Sinestcha is not a Pokemon that is known for taking fire attacks very well, so let's check Rotom. It is at -2, so it's going to be really, really hard for this Rotom to deal with Blaziken, but if Blaziken wants to hit it for neutral damage, it's going to have to lower its special defenses every time. Reflect is up too, so Rotom probably will survive at least one Close Combat. The only problem is that, like, you can do Redirection plus Close Combat and then a follow-up Close Combat, and you'll be at like -4 if you try and go for an Overheat to remove the Sinestcha. And then on top of it, this Sinestcha, okay, I was going to say it can potentially Protect, but it cannot. Alright, Close Combat actually not going to do too much damage. We don't see a Redirection. It goes for Thunderbolt, called it correctly. Oh, it was so close to bringing it down. Unfortunately, though, the Sinestcha is rocking a Shadow Ball, so I think that this is just going to be a game. It was close, 8%. Honestly, the signature North tummy aches are striking. I'm sorry to hear that. Reflect ends. Honestly, that was so close. Well played by both players. Part of me wants to see if, like, Overheat at -2 would even remove the Sinestcha. I have a hard time believing it will, but this is Life Orb, so... Because, hypothetically, let's just say that Thunderbolt had removed that Blaziken. you'd have to go for overheat, and you're going to go down 10% more from your life orb, which means that you would potentially survive on 1%. Dylan Meet World, BGC is now following me. Thank you so much for the follow, Dylan. I'm glad that you were able to meet the world. Those were texts and targeting the Grimmsnarl. Honestly, well played to both of you. Like, I know we just came at the end of the set, but it was a cool set to watch. Cool teams. That's my favorite part about this little community, is that, like, every single time I feel like we have really unique teams. So, like, we have a Mega Malamar that's been doing well right now. All right, let's pop in last. Okay, both players checked in, but they haven't. I don't see anything about their game. The Raichu arches are fighting. Yeah, but I don't see any messages about, like, in there, like, from the judge side. They must be friends, or they must have messaged each other probably, like, inside the Discord. Because, like, oh, yeah, they were in a call for this tournament. LOL, that's hilarious. I mean, I guess when you have a tournament, like, that's this small, we started with around 40 players. There's always a chance you'll get paired into a friend, especially if you have a similar record. Alright, so yeah, they are both Raichu X plus Archaludon. That's so funny. And they are the final match, too. So, after that game, we will start the next set of our tournament, which will be set number 3. But in the meantime, I'm gonna fill up my water until I see if we get a code. Oh, actually, they said they'll be right here, so never mind. Hey, how's it going, Glitter? We just watched your game. Great set to both of you. In the mirror, not Mega Evolving Raichu actually seems very useful. Very true. So funny story, her Golden Go is an Aggron. That is a funny story. That's... I accidentally dropped from Pokeballs. Can you undo it? Okay, if not. Let me see. I don't know if I can undrop someone, because that seems like it's something that they... Oh, I can undrop you. You've been undropped. I don't bring it. LOL, dangles are hard to... Oh, okay. Alright, we are hopping into their game 3. They... 7, 1, 4, 6, 1, 2, 9, 6. Also, we're approaching, like, the 150th tournament, and I'm like, part of me is like, do we do, like, a top cut? Do we make it a special one? Which is crazy. We've had as many tournaments as there are Pokemon in Gen 1. Played against Benguin 0, which was on stream, and you said to play aggressively, so I did, and I won. Hey, I'm glad you took the advice. I'm glad the advice was working for you. Alright, so we're hopping in. These teams are effectively the same. They built together, but the thing is that Luna was unable to secure a Golden Go because they are hard to get through. That is 150. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Never mind. We can wait till next. We have to wait till 151, right? I don't know. 150 felt like a nicer number than 151. Aggron cameo. Number 200. We'll be there before you know it. We'll be there like a year. If Aggron has body press, it could be super good into the Arch. True. But I also feel like Aggron might just get fried by Arch. Like, if you get enough Electro shots off. Also, they have Arch and Aggron, so they could just have double Steel Bridge. Alright, so we see Golden Go plus Talonflame versus Pelipper and Archaludon. The thing here is, like, this Golden Go is going to hit hard on the special attacking side, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to remove either of these Pokemon in a singular hit, unless, like, Talonflame follows up for additional damage, so I think that it's pretty safe to assume that Archaludon is going to be able to fire off an Electro Shot. The only mind game at play is there a Raichu in the back? Because if Raichu comes in, it's going to absorb any electric damage and get a +1 while also negating Archaludon from attacking. We see a nasty plot from Golden Go, which is quite devastating for the Archaludon player over here, because, like, this is your big wall. This is the guy that you want to just stick around forever. But if your opponent has the ability to boost up and remove you in one hit, it doesn't matter. You're not going to get those stamina boosts. We see Electroshock fire off. It's going to do just a little under half. So honestly, it's going to... Oh, you know what? I was going to say it's going to take another one to remove it. But guess what? That nasty plot, I was going to say, got foiled. But hanging on at 6% HP, this Golden Go is super bulky. Without Tailwind up, this Golden Go is... without getting Tailwind up, Luna's in a really, really difficult position here because Golden Go can effectively remove either Pokemon with a double up from Talonflame. Like, I think +2 Shadow Ball is probably going to remove Pelipper, probably going to remove Archaludon. Let me see. This is a Citrus Berry Pelipper, so it does not have the ability to protect, but it is a Life Orb Golden Go, so unless Sinestcha's in the back, it's only firing off one attack. To be honest, I could have put Colmar on Alakazam, but I put the Mega Stone, which was my... with my set was useless. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, the Pokemon is Sinestcha, which means, hey, the star of the show on LOL Dale's side of the field is going to be this Golden Go. Shadow Ball is going to come out into this Archaludon. Will it pick up the KO? Gonna bring it down to 5% HP. Now the question is how bold is this Archaludon? Did it go for another Electroshot saying, hey, you're not gonna bring it in now. You didn't bring it in last turn. Yo, Parker, do you know what happened with my game? Was the Dragon Pulse into Sylveon just a misclick? We were wondering what was happening, Masks. That we don't have a firm answer because we were watching from the spectator side. Like, the best hypothesis was it was a misclick, there was a timeout. We were like, maybe they thought you were gonna switch, but they get locked. You get locked after Hyper Beam. I don't know. We really don't have a firm answer for you. Okay, but back to the game. Archaludon does connect with another Electroshot. Says, you know what? You're not bringing Raichu. If you're bringing anything, it's Sinestcha this turn. Raichu is there. He's like, I'm sick of getting Electroshotted. And Archaludon at 11% HP, I don't think it can survive an attack from either one of these Pokemon. This Raichu has... I mean, it will survive a Fake Out, but, like... Oh, actually, it probably will survive a Machagacha, too. Maybe Luna's Archaludon will survive another turn, but I imagine with Protect, you can probably make it through this turn. Staggered Tailwind could be huge here. It definitely could be. But the thing is like, LOL Dale could just click Trick Room as well. And we're going to see a Sinestcha come in. That is probably the last Pokemon that LOL Dale wanted to see on this side of the field. We do see Raichu is going to choose to Mega, saying, you know what, I don't think you're going to fire off another Electroshot. I'm just going for damage now. Archaludon is getting out of control, has multiple Electroshot boosts, just decides to Protect here, says, you know what, I can just get some HP, I can take it nice and slow. We see a Rage Powder come out from Sinestcha. Oh. And we see a Volt Switch playing proactively into this Sinestcha, saying, you know what, this will either KO Pelipper, or it will get me in position where my Talonflame can potentially do devastating damage to something like the Sinestcha. But the thing is if your final Pokemon are Talonflame, Sinestcha, and Raichu, I don't know how you ever break this Archaludon. Especially because Archaludon, now that your Raichu Mega Evolved, has no reason to not click Electroshot anymore. Like, yeah, it won't KO Sinestcha, but it's like, we're not really too terrified of Sinestcha. We're not too terrified of Talonflame and Rain either. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sinestcha Spot switch out and go for another Electroshot. You know what? Instead, it looks like it's just going to be Rage Powder. Is it going to be Rage Powder from both sides? All right, Dual Wing Beat comes out. Actually, will probably not be enough to KO. Sinestcha survives on one, even with the critical hit. I was about to stop. I was going to eat my words and say, like, maybe with a critical hit. But Sinestcha's like, no, don't worry. This T can handle that. All right, we see Electroshot comes out from the Archaludon. It says, you know what? I don't care if you have Rage Powder. You've given me this Electric Terrain boost. It's just going to do more and more damage. It goes... A resisted hit takes it down to 39% HP, where the next one will pick it up, and Life Dew is going to heal up both of these Pokemon. There is no way to break this Archaludon. It is such a tank. And honestly, like, if the Sinestcha's carrying Protect, it can just click Protect this turn. Or even worse, if there's another Steel-type wall in the back, it could just switch in on these attacks. Let's see what the trainers choose to do. We know for a fact Sinestcha cannot Protect here. So you can throw out another Electroshot. And I'm starting to question if even Raichu could, like, the Pokemon that's normally immune to electricity can even take them at this point. Alright, Rage Powder comes out. Dual Wing Beat comes out and it's going to miss. Things go from bad to worse for LOL Dale. Electroshock comes out. And I got this emoji, yay. I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I love Zoroark. He's like a top 10 of the the more recent Pokemon. Sinestro goes down. This Archaludon says, I don't even have to choose what type of move to use. Electric type is the only type I need. Life Dew is going to heal Archaludon right back up to basically full. And currently, Luna is sitting with 4 Pokemon, and LOL Dale has just a Raichu and a Talonflame to try and break this wall, this bridge. I like how Raichu's tails glow. Just gotta point that out there. There is a fake out that could potentially be online. Also, thank you for the follow, Gabe364547. I'm laughing because reading out numbers out loud. I don't know. Okay, so anyway, let's see. What is Archaludon and Sinestro gonna do right now? The battle ends in a forfeit. I think that Dale realizes, like, this bridge is just too hard to remove with the Pokemon that I brought, and that's gonna be the end of the game. And is that gonna be the end of our set is the next question. All right, that is game, yep, 18 of 18. So we are gonna go on to, oh, don't fall, Haley. My dog's taking a nap and it's kind of running right now. And my lap is not conducive to running horizontally on, so. All right, let's see. We are going to go to the next set. Also, this is Pokemon number 150, I just realized. So next one would be 151. I thought this was 149. My bad. Round 3 is up. Cool. Round 3 is up. Oh, I'm going to jump in and we're going to check out another set. Let's see. I'm going to use the random number generator. Haley. Oh. I want to sit next to me. I don't want to sit on the lap anymore. Okay. Let's see. Glad I could make you laugh, Gabe. Alright. We have 13 sets now. We've had a few people drop out because tournaments are tiring, and they were like, you know what, it's time for a break. We're going to watch set number 4, which is going to be Norfolgas versus Jebusty. Actually, okay, you know what? I said I was going to do this one, so we're going to do this one. But I do want to check out that Alakazam really badly, so we're gonna. But you know what? North has cool teams. I'm sure Jebusty's got a cool team. It's gonna be a good time. 0539. Cool. We're entering Jebusty's room. We got everyone in here apparently. It's a party. All right. Okay, so Jebusty is against Rosa. Cool, cool. All right, so just looking at their teams, Jebusty is running a Mega Kangaskhan team plus Mega Staraptor with Golden Go and Ninetales, and North is running a Mega Metagross, Annihilate, Dragonite, Grimmsnarl, Basculegion, and Rotom Wash team. So pretty cool teams. I really like the Mega Kangaskhan. You don't see it too frequently anymore. I feel like everyone's been opting for the scrappy version. And then also, I really like Annihilate too. It's a scary Pokemon. It does not let the Staraptor get close combats for free. With the double Ghost, it's really difficult, especially because Rosa's also rocking the Metagross, which is another really strong Pokemon. I like the combination of Annihilate plus Metagross because, or Metagross, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced. But anyway, Annihilate really shuts down that Incineroar, which is a big pain in the side for this Metagross. That's my boy Jeb. Unique Mega's nice. Oh, I feel like we always have unique Megas in here. People are usually cooking, which is always nice. We have an Alakazam in this tournament. I do want to check them out if they're still in our tournament. Let's see. Is he still here? Are they? Alakazam is 2-0. Yeah, we're going to have to check them out after this. It's Alakazam Crabominible. Yeah, it's 2-0. Yeah, I will not forget. We will watch Alakazam next time. I'm third Alakazam. Gabe, we're checking you out after this, regardless win or lose. Alright, so the leads are Kangaskhan, Ninetales versus Annihilape and Dragonite. Rosa's team just has a cool vibe. I like it. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad you like it. Alright, so this Annihilape is really threatening this Kangaskhan. Does Kangaskhan have Scrappy? We have to check that really quickly. Alright, this is a... This is a Scrappy Kangaskhan. So there is a world where they click Fake Out plus Blizzard turn 1. Like, they can do that. They can slow this Annihilape down. We see a Protect come out from the Dragonite. Fake Out does come out into the Annihilape. Gonna do 20%. That's a decent amount of damage. Plus the Aurora Veil. Just trying to slow this game down. Saying, you know what? I'm gonna get my Fake Out. Your Dragonite's pressured. I'm going to just slow it down. That is a Choice Scarf Annihilape with Close Combat. There is an Aurora Veil up now, so there is a world where our Kangaskhan can potentially survive this. And I say we just because the Kangaskhan's on the left side of the field. But the thing is like, there's a lot of damage being threatened right now. And there's also a world where we can see this Annihilape just slip into the Phantom Zone and just like dodge any potential blizzards coming out. Also, notably, we could have Rotom Wash switch in on the Blizzard for this Dragonite, and then it would be a bit safer. Alright, we are going to see the Dragonite switch out. Who's going to come in its place? It's going to be Basculegion. We're going to see Close Combat come out into this Kangaskhan. Will it survive? The Aurora Veil does do enough to keep it in the game. Annihilape's stats are going to go down for its troubles. Blizzard will fly. Brings Annihilape down to 25% HP. Kangaskhan saying, you know what? I don't need the help of my baby. We're not going to make it get... Basculegion is going to get frozen and get double-edged. Oh my gosh, this fish is getting flash fried with freezer flash frying. Oh my gosh. Both Pokemon are in range of Blizzard. That is a Mystic Water Basculegion. So Kangaskhan's pretty safe to do whatever it wants this turn, surviving at 1% HP. Honestly, like, not Megaing made it very, very threatening into these two ghosts, which normally it would be doing almost nothing. We do see an Aqua Jet come out. Kangaskhan will not return to this battlefield. It is done from here. But the question is what's going to happen next? We see another Close Combat come out into the Ninetales. Aurora Veil's going to keep that Pokemon nice and healthy, and a follow-up Blizzard will probably be enough to remove both Pokemon. And now it is going to be a 2 versus 3 situation. The no Mega was very smart for Kang. Yeah, because if you Mega'd, you lose that Scrappy. And that Scrappy was what was putting on so much pressure. And now the question is what did Jevesty bring in the bag for freeze-fried fish? I know, right? That was pretty rough. But at the same time, it didn't end up mattering. It just ended up making it pretty scary for Rosa. Alright, we see Incineroar come out. It's going to be an Intimidate into this Dragonite plus Rotom. We see that the Dragonite does get intimidated, which, if you were on ladder, would reveal that it is not inner focus, which means it is susceptible to being faked out. My next question is, does this Ninetales have Freeze Dry? And it does. So both these Pokemon are getting face down with the potential of taking super effective damage. Excuse me. Oh. Okay. We do see Rosa is going to opt to Mega Evolve here, which is going to make this Dragonite much faster. But this is a timid Ninetales, so I think that Ninetales will always outspeed or speed tie, right? Let me check. I think Dragonite's base 110, base 100. I need to check. I think it's 100. Alright, Freeze Dry is going to do a lot, but it is not going to pick up. Mega Dragonite is 100, okay. Alrighty. Another Freeze Dry will pick up that Rotom from here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see, like, a Blizzard connect into both of these Pokemon and just do damage into that Dragonite. I mean, if there were any Pokemon you'd want to have carrying you for the rest of this game, I think Mega Dragonite and Rotom are very strong contenders. Blizzard's going to do a ton of damage, but will not remove either Pokemon. We see a critical hit on Scyla, the Dragonite. Times 4 effective crit does not do it. We see Flamethrower come out. That does not do it. Ninetales survives at 10% HP, but does get burned. And then what is the follow-up? We see a Hydro Pump into this Incineroar behind Aurora Veil. It's going to do a little over half, but it is not enough to remove it. Citrus Berry is eaten. It's looking like it might be able to take another one after that. We see a Parting Shot come out into this Dragonite. Gonna bring it down to -2 attack, -1 special attack. And since Ninetales survived, that means more Blizzards are on the table. And here comes Garchomp. Jebusty saying, you know what, no Mega's necessary. I know what I need to do to win this game. Ninetales is at 4% HP, which means that it will go down to burn next turn. Wow, can't believe Dragonite ate that 4 times crit. I know. That's the power of Marvel Scale, baby. Alright, but the question is if both these Pokemon protect this turn, then they're susceptible to getting faked out next turn. I don't think it was like grounds to forfeit. Things were looking pretty rough, but I think that Garchomp there had to go for Rock Slides, and Rock Slides do miss, so. And double protects do happen. But Rosa's saying, you know what, I'm going to save the mental power. I'm going to go to game 2. I got unlucky with the crits. Let's just take it step by step, and maybe we can make it work. Also, Rosa does have a special attacking Dragonite. So they would have to throw out a Dragon Pulse, and maybe they knew something like +1 Dragon Pulse wasn't going to be enough to, or sorry, -1 Dragon Pulse wasn't going to be enough to pick up. But let's see, Rosa's a strong player, and they might be able to identify a way to win that game, or like a way to adapt in a strong way to make it more difficult. Alright, so we're going to see Jebusty versus Rosa again. We saw that Scrappy Kangaskhan was a real problem for the Double Ghost. I do think Double Ghost is really strong. I do like Annihilate plus Basculegion, but notably since this is not a Choice Scarf Basculegion, it is going to underspeed basically every Pokemon outside of Incineroar on Jebusty's team, provided that they're trained to be pretty fast. The Annihilate, on the other hand, will outspeed everything because it is a Choice Scarf Pokemon, and it can click close combat into everything that is not Golden Goat or Staraptor to do pretty good damage, so it's a pretty scary Pokemon. We also did not see Rosa choose to bring Metagross last game. Maybe that will be an adaptation because that Ninetales was a big pain in their behind, and I feel like a Pokemon that does pretty well into Ninetales is that Metagross, so. Also, we saw how powerful screens were last game. There's a chance that Rosa says, you know what? I can play the long game too, because they have that Grimmsnarl that has the ability to set up screens and also use Parting Shot. It's not going to be doing much into that Golden Go, but it can slow it down for its other teammates to do good damage to it. Alright, let's see. Alright, Shiesty the Feisty. And we do see the switch up is the Incineroar and the Golden Go. This Kangaskhan does have the Scrappy Fake Out, so it's going to be able to stop anything or do Fake Out damage into any of the Pokemon on Rosa's side of the field. This is a Nasty Plot Golden Go, so there is a world where we see Fake Out plus Nasty Plot this turn. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Light Screen come out from our Grimmsnarl. Also, there is a world where they just click Spirit Break this turn. They're like, hey, I don't think you're going to be going for damage this turn, so I can just throw out a big ol' Spirit Break. Unfortunately, though, Shadow Ball is quite scary into this Metagross, and if Fake Out Shadow Ball comes out, it could be a lot of momentum lost really quickly here. We are going to see Metagross evolve, or choose the Mega Evolve turn 1. It's going to get that Tough Claw's ability to do more damage, but at the expense of potentially being intimidated later. Also, Kangaskhan realizing, hey, there are no ghosts out here. I can click Fake Out into anybody. I don't have to worry about Scrappy. I'm getting the power boost. I'm going for my Mega 2. We see Fake Out go out into Shiesty. Gonna bring it down to 74% HP. And a Body Press from Mega Metagross is gonna do, oh my gosh, it's gonna do a lot of damage. It's gonna bring Kangaskhan down to 7% HP because of a critical hit. Followed up by a Nasty Plot from Golden Go. We now know where speed stats go. Mega Kangaskhan, well actually we don't know this. That was a Fake Out from Kangaskhan. It's probably going to be Mega Metagross, then Kangaskhan, then Golden Go, then Grimmsnarl. We do see that it is +2 Golden Go now. So I imagine Shadow Balls are probably going to start flying pretty shortly here. Unfortunately, there are no normal types on Rosa's side of the field, so a Shadow Ball thrown into that side is going to be doing damage into basically anyone. We do see Light Screen comes out, plus a Psychic Fangs just to finish off this Kangaskhan, saying, hey, I'm not going to let something come in like a Garchomp. I'm going to do damage to this thing. We do see Shadow Ball. It is going to fly off into this Metagross, and it's going to bring it down to 0. It is over for that Metagross. No Megas allowed for anybody, but we do see that there's still a +2 Golden Go. Alright, and now it's the calm before the storm. Both players are choosing what Pokemon to bring out here. It is a Rotom on Rosa's side of the field versus Incineroar. Incineroar can click Fake Out yet again and let this Golden Go get even more boosts. This Grimmsnarl really only has the ability to click Spirit Break now, which will slow down Golden Go, but Golden Go is going to get a +2, and Spirit Break's only going to bring it down to -1. Nano Machines, son? What are the Nano Machines? Is Golden Go the Nano Machines? Honestly, both players playing it really well, identifying what Pokemon to bring. I do like the Metagross adaptation, but it's looking really difficult to remove this Golden Go now. Alright, we do see Fake Out goes into the Rotom. Armstrong is MGS Ref. Oh, is it MGS Ref? Oh, okay, I didn't know. Oh, Metal Gear Solid. I don't know. I haven't played it. Alright, we see Spirit Break goes out into the Golden Go. Gonna bring Golden Go down to... I was gonna say down to mine, but it's +3. That Golden Go is hitting hard. You can use Make It Rain and completely remove this Grimmsnarl, or Shadow Ball and completely remove that Rotom. Like, Spirit Break, you cannot... Okay. I'm getting too excited. You cannot Spirit Break and remove this Golden Go. The only Pokemon that's removing Golden Go here is this Rotom. And we just saw that Rotom is not going to outspeed this Basculegion, so its job just got a lot harder. Spirit Break's going to come out again. Golden Go going down to +2. Still in the positive, but now Grimmsnarl gets to attack, and I have to imagine this is probably going to be a Parting Shot? Yeah, okay. Parting Shot's going to come out, which means Incineroar is going into the back. That's going to be -2 on that Grimmsnarl now. It's doing even less damage. And the question is, who's that final Pokemon for Jebastine? It's going to be Ninetales. And now I guess the other question is, who's the final Pokemon for North? Because I was going to say something like a Basculegion could potentially be a difference maker here. But at the same time, that Ninetales has Freeze Dry, so it's going to be doing big damage to a Basculegion. Luckily, this Basculegion does not have to lock into a move, but unluckily, though, that might mean that Golden Go might potentially outspeed it here. So the question is, what do you do now? Unfortunately lost. Yeah. It's looking quite difficult for Rosa to make a maneuver here to win this game, because basically they have to get through Ninetales, Golden Go, and Incineroar, who all have the ability to potentially remove this Basculegion. But we're going to have to see how it goes. Oh, you're saying you lost. I'm sorry to hear that, Gabe. We see a lot of damage fly off into Shiesty. Another critical hit. The question is, who's faster, Golden Go or Basculegion? Looks like it's going to be Golden Go at +3. I don't think you're surviving this Shadow Ball. And down goes the fish. And now with just Grimmsnarl against the world, Rosa identifies that the game is over. Well played to both players. It was a really hard combo to break. That... Golden Go has proven that, like, yeah, it got nerfed, but it is still a super, super strong Pokemon that deserves a lot of respect. Well played by both players, honestly. Alright, we're going to jump into another battle. We're going to check out Kobe VG versus MGA. 9985043. You won? Congratulations, Cyclops, that's awesome. Pokemon's a hard game, so it's hard to get wins. I have not the slightest clue what I was thinking bringing Metagross there. Like, I mean, I see the vision. Metagross is a strong Pokemon, but it's hard to maneuver. Also, I'm seeing a Hydrapple and a Farigiraf. Like, are we cooking here? I also see Delphox has gone down. Like, what's happened here? What have these two been up to? Okay, we see Whimsicott Sinestcha versus how many rounds are there in total? There are 5 sets to the tournament. So we are currently, this is set number 3, so there are 2 more sets after this. Okay, is Trick Room up? I was like coin flipping on whether or not to run Body Press or Stomping Tantrum before this. I got cooked. You played it well. It was hard. Sealing off. Wait, is this Imprison Hydrapple? What is happening here? Alright. We see King Gambit versus... Okay, double switches. Jumping into the middle of this game, it's like, what is going on here? Okay, we got Floette. It has not Mega Evolved yet, which means the Moonblasts are not at full power just yet. Moonblast is going to do a lot of damage. I can only play this one. Well, I'm glad you were able to play a little bit. Gets a critical hit and drops the special attack. This Whimsicott came out to play. Said, you know what, Floette? You can just stay in the back. I'm fine. Gets the burn. Floette having a rough day right now. Oh my gosh. I think it was like, oh, I'm switching on 2 supports. Everything's going to be fine. No. I guess you'd rather... Yeah, and Floette is just getting bullied. They said you had enough time in the sun. It's time for you to go back. I guess if you were going to have anyone get burned, I definitely think you'd want it to be Floette in this situation, so it's probably okay. But now, you have to have Floette navigate. How are you going to get through this and also keep your King Gambit safe? Because if you choose the Mega here, you're just going to be buffing up the damage that they can do into it with Fairy-type moves. But at the same time, if you don't attack Floette and remove it from the battlefield, then it's going to be able to fire off with giant Fairy-type moves back at you too. So it's kind of a mind game right now. Let's see what both players choose to do. We know that there is a Hydrapple and a Farigiraf in the back. Alright, Moonblast fires off into King Gambit. It's going to get... Actually, it's not getting the boost from Floette. Floette says, you know what? I can get the best... I'm Hannah Montana. I can get the best of both worlds. I'm not going to Mega just yet. I am going to fire off a Moonblast of my own into this Whimsicott. I'm at -1. Whimsicott looking like the Mega by comparison here. Machagacha fires right back. We're going to see one avoid. It looks like it's going to be on the King Gambit. And Floette, it's going to go down. Gets another critical hit. It's going to go down after the burn. Oh my gosh, this Floette has had a rough day. These 2 support Pokemon bullied the heck out of that Pokemon. But you know what? There's still a Farigiraf. There is still a Hydrapple in the back, so this game is not over. Alright, we see King Gambit is at 45%. It is kind of in a tricky spot, but I also imagine that you could potentially use Sucker Punch on the Sinestcha, keeping it from being able to use an attack, and then you could click Trick Room on the Farigiraf because you have 77% HP. I don't imagine that this Whimsicott can take it down. I think it got all of its bullying out of its system on the Floette. And I think if you can get Trick Room up, Hydrapple and King Gambit can probably clear it out from here. I mean, I guess if there was a Pokemon that you did not want to deal with a Hydrapple, it's probably that Whimsicott though. So we'll have to see what the players choose to do from here. Right, we see Moonblast fire off again into the King Gambit and saying, hey, you know what, I don't need a Sucker Punch. It does survive, it has 2% HP left. Kowtow Cleave's gonna fire back into that Sinestcha. Bye-bye Sinestcha. And the question is, do we go for another Trick Room here? Twin Beam. Is it enough? It is. Farigiraf takes it out. We see these support Pokemon just firing left, right, and center, hitting everybody and taking everybody out. Okay, there is 1 Pokemon left versus Hydrapple, Farigiraf, and King Gambit, and that is the reliable Garchomp. Alright. I have to imagine that Earthquake probably won't take out both. So if you click Earth, does this also, let me check, does this Farigiraf have Trick Room? Yeah, they always do, but this one, yeah, this one is not different. It also does. Sucker Punch is actually going to remove King Gambit because of the rough skin on Garchomp, which means that the next attack will be a single target attack. Goes for the Dragon Claw. Doesn't do it all the way. Life Orb takes a lot, but not all the way there. What is the follow-up attack from this Citrus Berry Farigiraf? Trick Room goes up, which means I think we might be seeing a Fickle Beam finish here. Hydrapple is going to re-enter the battlefield. I really want to see it, so hopefully our trainer stays in and chooses to battle it out. Okay. I love Hydrample. It's such a cool Pokemon. Alright, Helping Hand comes out. Does Hydrample choose to go all out here? Garchomp protects. Says, you know what, I will make it through this turn. Pickle Beam comes out. Well, you know what? It doesn't get to go all out because Garchomp protects, but the question is, will it go all out next turn? I have not seen this animation in Champions. It'd be really cool to see it go off. Alright, Helping Hand again. Are we going to see one Dragon Fire? Are we going to see all... Are there 7? I'm not sure. Garchomp goes for the double. Here comes the Pickle Beam. Just one. But one is more than enough in this situation. We're going to see MG takes game 2, which will be the whole set, I believe. Alright, and just like that, Hydrample is now positive in the tournament, going 2-1. We're going to hop into another set. Like, 4 Hydrample is crazy. Alrighty, let's go hop over to the next game. Let's see. We're gonna check out Max Uxie versus BHB Luna. Enter a room ID 3366759 and 4. Alrighty. Yeah, Life Orb Hydrample is a crazy tech. Alright. Alright, so we've seen Luna and we've seen Max Uxie before. Luna is rocking the Mega Raichu X plus Aggron team, and also Max Uxie is running the Mega Garchomp team. So we see Annihilate is confused, but lands the Protect. Congratulations, Annihilate. Pelipper switched in. I have to imagine it is raining right now, despite how it looks. Or maybe Raichu switched out. Okay, Pelipper goes down. I don't know if it's raining or not. The game sometimes will glitch out a little bit, so we'll have to wait and see. Alright, light screen wears off. Is there any rain? I have a hard time believing there's no status effects on the field, like rain or like electric terrain. Alright, we see Raichu returns to the battlefield. Electric Surge goes off, so we know for a fact Electric Surge is here. Fake Out is now up. Archaludon's here with no rain turns. I'm also confused, Annihilate. I don't know how Pelipper got here, and we don't have any rain turns. But it looks like Aerodactyl and Grimmsnarl have gone down, which means that it is now a 2 versus 3 situation. Garchomp saying, hey, I don't want to risk getting faked out here. So we see or a Play Rough. We see Raichu go for a Play Rough. We see a Dragon Pulse. Looks like Garchomp is prime target numero uno here. Annihilate is confused. No one's going to do any damage to anyone else. It's just going to be damage to themselves. So Annihilate hits themselves in confusion. Reflect wears off. I guess the question here is, like, why is this Garchomp such a threat? Alright. We also know that this Raichu is packing Play Rough, but I have a hard time believing that non-stab Play Rough from Raichu will be enough to remove this Garchomp. I'm so sorry, Max Uxie. That is how confusion goes sometimes. We see Play Rough come out. Raichu goes in with the roundhouse kick, brings Garchomp down to 53% HP. Followed up by the Dragon Pulse. Garchomp's actually going to underspeed both these Pokemon and will go down. Okay, I was not putting enough respect on Raichu's name. I guess that since Garchomp loses speed when it Mega Evolves, it was in a pretty rough spot. We do see Annihilate does break out of confusion, gets the Drain Punch, and holy cow, that's a lot of damage. Looks like you might not have been targeting the right threat because that Annihilate is wound up and ready to go. Oh, okay, Tailwind is up. I did not see Tailwind is up. Alright. Tailwind peters out. That Annihilate only is at +1. That Drain Punch was crazy. Okay. I think that Drain Punch into either Pokemon will pick up based on how much damage that did into Archaludon. This Annihilate might be like max attack, max... I don't know. Like, Drain Punch is not normally that hard of a hitting move, and Archaludon is a pretty bulky defensive Pokemon, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Sinestcha potentially switch in here on the Raichu spot to redirect attacks, because this Annihilate can only hit Sinestcha with Ghost moves, so it probably wants to use fighting moves, and if it gets the wrong call, it could be curtains for this Annihilate. We see Archaludon going for Protect, saying, you know what, I can just get bulky, and this Raichu almost certainly is going to outspeed this Annihilate. Okay, we see Volt Switch goes out, does 76%, actually going to boost up the Rage Fist for this Annihilate. If there was one Pokemon you wanted to have in a 1 versus 3 situation, it's probably Annihilate. We see Hospitality go off into this Archaludon. We see Rage Fist called out correctly, goes into the Sinestcha, and removes it from the battlefield. Critical hit. Honestly, it's looking quite close here. Also, does that Raichu have Protect? Because if it doesn't, you could always just click Drain Punch into that. It does not have Protect. But it does have Volt Tackle, and I have to imagine the double up of Volt Tackle plus Archaludon's attack would probably be enough to remove this Annihilate, especially if it's at +1. Only at +1. Nobody's putting that teacup back together, so true. Alright, Raichu's at 55% HP, Archaludon is at 47. We saw Drain Punch last time, brought it down to like 5% HP, but now it has a +1. So, it is a bit of a tricky situation. We don't know who's faster right now, having come in late between the Annihilate and the Archaludon, but Raichu with 2 Volt Tackles can probably get the job done itself. So the question is, do you attack into this bridge, or... Oh, we just see Flare Rough come out from Raichu, not Volt Tackle. It is super effective. Honestly, not going to do too much damage. Followed up by a Dragon Pulse from Archaludon. Gonna survive at 7% HP. Annihilate gets another Drain Punch, is going to heal up and remove that Archaludon. And now, it is +1 Annihilate. Has taken out 2 Pokemon. Will it be able to take out all 3? Alright, it's gonna heal. I have to imagine we're gonna see Protect come out this turn from Annihilate, get a little bit more leftovers healing, and it's gonna come down to whether Play Rough or Volt Tackle from Raichu is gonna be able to seal the deal. Alright, we see Annihilate protects, gets its leftovers healing. We see Play Rough come out. Annihilate's at 41% HP. The electric terrain runs out this turn. Alright, let's see how rough this Raichu can play right now. One Mega Raichu versus 1 Bulk Up Annihilate. Who can take the win here? I love you, Annihilate, but I don't know if you should be winning this game. It did hit itself in confusion like 8 times, too. We see Play Rough come out, and Annihilate survives on 1% HP! And just like that, Drain Punch comes out. I was gonna say, Drain Punch is kind of greedy because you've been hit so many times, you only need to finish the game, so I think Rage Fist might have been the correct call there. Does not matter, Raichu ends up going down, and Annihilate, at 1% HP, wins the battle for its trainer. Holy cow, well played. Oh my gosh, crazy set. Okay, we only have 1 set remaining for round 3 of our tournament here, and it is Riser versus Masks. I know for... yeah, the 1% was wild. Alright, 5, 3, 6, 5, 1, 0, 1, 1. Alrighty. Alright, we're joining in, spectating. I feel like Volt Tackle and Terrain would have been done more than Play Rough. I was thinking the same thing, yeah. I was thinking the same thing because you get Stab plus the modifier. So it's like 90 times 2 versus 120 times 1.5 times 1.3. So I think it does more. 1.5 would make it go from 120 to 60. That would, yeah, exactly. Volt Tackle just plus with the stab alone makes it more, or makes it equal. So then with the modifier it would make it more. But it was a close game. Alright, we see there is a Frozen Farigiraf and King Gambit versus Frostlass and Toxapex. Alright, so we see Razor is relying on their trusty Frostlass that has gotten him multiple freezes across the stream matches we've popped in on. Alright, Sacred Fire is also choosing to bring in their Incineroar, knowing that it's going to give a +1 boost to this King Gambit, but King Gambit saying, you know what, I don't think... okay, the thing there was that they were anticipating there might be a Sucker Punch read, but King Gambit just going for the Kowtow Cleave and just completely removing that Incineroar to begin with. We see Infestation go off into the Farigiraf. The Farigiraf is frozen. Snow does stop. King Gambit is getting eaten alive by bugs. There is a Charizard in the back. So many things are going wrong for Mask's team, but at the same time, it's like King Gambit can't be broken right away. This Frostlass is going to be difficult to remove. If Frostlass can get... King Gambit might be in range of Blizzard, especially after an Infestation, but the thing is the Frostlass is going to have to deal with a Charizard afterwards too. LL Wolfie's Toxapex. Yo, like all my friends are screaming at me after I told them some symptoms saying it's Mallory Wise tear or worse. Probably need to go to the hospital. No round 4 or 5 for me. I hope you feel better. You should, yeah, take care of yourself always. I hope it's not anything too serious. Like, yes. I guess if just let us know. I guess if you think it's that bad and you do go to the hospital, message me and just tell me, like, or like message in the Discord or something. I hope you're okay, Nor. Hey, don't worry about us. Just take care of yourself. But you're in our thoughts. Have a good night. Yeah, you too. Feel better. Alright, we see Infestation come out. Just doing damage on everything. Taking it nice and slow. We have, like, a weird mind game at play, but at the same time, like, Farigiraf is going to be unfrozen at some point, which means Trick Room will go up. Also, there is a Frostlass that has to be dealt with. There is a world where Toxapex deals with everything, but it is a lot to ask of it. Frostlass gets another Protect. We do see Sucker Punch come out. It is going to fail. Farigiraf does Thaw, and it's going to launch off a Psychic, which is going to be good damage into this Toxapex. What does Toxapex choose? It also drops its special defense, which is actually huge. We see another Infestation come out into King Gambit. Toxapex could be the Pokemon to carry everything on its back, but it's a lot to ask of it. Also, Farigiraf is going to probably click Trick Room this turn, and there's not much you can do to stop it. Like, I see a world where they just click Psychic plus Sucker Punch, and there's not much you can do. Yes, or sorry, Psychic and Sucker Punch would be away. It's also Psychic plus Trick Room could be away. Or sorry, Trick Room plus Sucker Punch could also be a very valid way to win this game. Toxic into Farigiraf is looking pretty strong here. We do see Sucker Punch, it does connect. I don't know how Sacred Fire can win this game from here, especially because their Toxapex is now at -1 special defense. We do see Psychic Fire out. It looks like if they just waited one more turn, it potentially would have been enough. We see Toxic come out. Oh, there's also a Garchomp in the back. I think the writing is kind of on the wall here. I thought Garchomp was down, but it is not. Kingambit's freed from infestation, so it won't even go down this turn. Toxapex has to win a 1 versus 4. We just saw Annihilate win a 1 versus 3, but I don't think Toxapex has enough gas left in the tank to do it. Especially because it has to survive a Charizard, which potentially has Solar Beam. A Kingambit, which almost certainly has... It's not a Kingambit, sorry. A Garchomp, which almost certainly has Earthquake. And just like that, Kowtow Cleave is going to be enough, and that is going to be the end of Game 3, and our final game of Set 3. You want up here? You can come up. Up. Alrighty, and that's going to be the last game of that set. Going to end the round and start the next round. And tournament round updates. Round 4 is up. Alright, cool. Oh, yeah. Some fun sets for sure. Let me get to our next set. This is game number 4, or sorry, set number 4. We are gonna pop in. We said we were going to watch Alakazam, so don't let me disappoint you. Alakazam will be on the stream in just a second here. It's gonna be Gabriel's game. They're up against Little Potato, so so let's check them out. Get this in here. Okay. Alrighty, cool. Alright, 6650 8769. Alright, and then we are going. Alright. So we are watching Max Oxy again. That is the Annihilate, I believe, that we just watched. Yes, it is. It's the Annihilate we just watched versus. Oh wait, no. I'm wrong. I'm in the wrong round. I'm so sorry. We are watching. I had the tab open and I went to the wrong tab. We are watching. This is Gabriel, who's got the Alakazam team. It's got Speed Swap Alakazam, Eruption Torkoal, Mega Crabominible with Drain Punch, Ice Hammer, and Thunder Punch. We got Sinestro with Protect, Trick Room, Life Dew, and Rage Power. We got Choice Scarf Staraptor with Final Gambit, so it'll KO itself while also taking out an opponent and doing just as much HP as it had to its opponent. And Vileplume with After Use, Sludge Bomb, Sleep Powder, and Protect. They are going up against Zach, or Little Potatoes team, who's got the Protect, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, Light of Ruin Floette, Tailwind Whimsicott with Protect, Encore, and Moonblast, Life Orb Garchomp, Charizard Y with Solar Beam, Heat Wave, and Weather Ball, Choice Scarf Basculegion with Flip Turn, Wave Crash, Last Respects, and Aqua Jet, and King Gambit with Protect, Kowtow Cleave, Sucker Punch, and Iron Head. Alright. Gabriel is cooking. Yes, he is. We're here for the cook. You're okay. You okay? Alright, so we see Crab plus Vileplume versus Floette and Whimsicott. Okay, so my first question is, what's a Crab to do in this board state, right? Like, the Vileplume probably has access to, like, a strong Sludge Bomb, right? Yes, it's got Sludge Bomb, but what's going on, baby? You okay? Get some indigestion? Dog's got the hiccups or something. But anyway, the Crab needs to leave. Yes, I agree. The Crab is heavily threatened here. Like, I think even the Fairy Aura boosted Moonblast from a Whimsicott is probably going to be enough to just blow this Crab up. The other question, too, though, is, like, do you just not target the Crab because... Okay, we see Crab just says, you know what, I can just Protect this turn, it's fine. We see Tailwind come out. It's probably Dazzling Gleam if I had to guess. Yep, Dazzling Gleam comes out. I kind of wonder, would Crab survive a single Dazzling Gleam? And I think the answer is probably. Alright, we see Sleep Powder come out. That's one way to deal with this situation. Slow this Floette down. Alright, so now, I don't know if Floette survives an Ice Hammer from Crab. And I don't, like, Whimsicott has like a 30% chance of going down to Sludge Bomb right now. Okay. Alright, so we'll have to see what the players choose to do here. Floette has not taken a turn of sleep, so it's guaranteed to be sleeping this turn. We see Crab says, you know what, I'll come back for another day. It's time for Alakazam to make its debut. We see Moonblast is going to come out from the Whimsicott into the Alakazam. It is boosted by Fairy Aura. It's going to do 54%. Or sorry, 46%, bringing it down to 54. Sludge Bomb comes out. It's going to bring Whimsicott down to 1% HP. Does it get the poison? The big question right now. Does not get the poison, which means Whimsicott is here for another turn. This turn, Floette can wake up, but it's not guaranteed to wake up, so we'll have to see what happens. Also, Whimsicott has 2 more turns until Tailwind ends. If it goes down, we're not seeing another Tailwind go up. But the question is we don't know what Pokemon's in the back for Zach. So, it's like, if you choose to bring in something like a Kingambit, and it take... Well, actually, Kingambit would be a pretty safe bring in here, right? Like, Alakazam only has Light Screen, Trick Room, Speed Swap, and Protect. I wouldn't be surprised to see... I was going to say a Trick Room plus Sleep Powder, but we'll have to see what happens. We do see Vileplume opt for just to protect this turn. And what does Floette go for? Floette does wake up. Goes for another Dazzling Gleam. I feel like there's a decent chance that Alakazam will be able to survive this attack. It survives at 2% HP. And Light Screen goes up. Tailwind is still up. Dazzling Gleam plus a Dark-type move from this Kingambit almost certainly picks up any Pokemon. Unfortunately, even if you do get the Torkoal in, it's probably going to have to take a big Fairy move for its troubles. It will be resisted by the Light Screen, though. So the question is like, do you bring in Torkoal this turn, say, hey, you know what, I know for a fact that you do not have Tailwind up this turn. Or sorry, okay, hold on, let me work through this. If you brought Torkoal in this turn, Vileplume would get probably faster than the Kingambit, because most Kingambits are not investing in their speed. Chooses not to, says, you know what, I think that I can just be fine with this board state as is. Light Screen went up. Parker, can you check match chat? Yes, I can. Let me check that. Zachos. Can you tell me, can you ping the judge for what match chat you're talking about? Alright. Oh, Gabriel reported that their game is over. Oh, they just didn't show up. Don't worry, little potato. We're gonna reset the match, so just play it out. Alright, we see Staraptor actually comes in. It is the final Mega Chosen here. Now that's a Pokemon that can pretty heavily threaten this Kingambit. But the thing is, both these Pokemon, if you choose... Actually, this is a final Gambit Staraptor, so you could use that to blow up this Floette, and then Kingambit would be taken out by this Crabominible, potentially. So it is a tricky situation. I have to check what item this is on the Crabominible on Zach's side. This is a Black Glasses Kingambit, so it's going for max Dark-type damage, but it does also have access to Iron Head. Alright, we are going to see Sucker Punch come out from Staraptor, brings it down to 13% HP. Goes for a Brave Bird into this Floette. We see an Ice Hammer also into Floette. Not giving the opportunity for Whimsicott to come back in. It's looking like it is going to be a 1 versus 3. Sorry, a 1 versus 4 with Crabominible having everything on its shoulders here. Because Sucker Punch is almost certainly going to take out this Staraptor next turn. And then I'm imagining we're probably going to see Moonblast. Moonblast comes out. Crab tries its best, but unfortunately, it's going down. Gabriel has won 5 battles in a row. Gabriel is cooking. Or no, sorry, Zach has won. Alright. well played by both players. I think the turn that needs to be considered is that turn where Vileplume went down. I think also if you had something like Torkoal in the back, it would have given you more options. It's really tricky. Gabriel and Zach obviously have shown that they're both very competent players, but it is also something that you do have to keep into consideration, and how they choose to adapt going into the next game will be really helpful. So long, Crab. Yeah, that Crab did get blasted off the face of the earth. I mean, it could have gotten Light of Ruin. That would have really been blasting it away. Alright, instead we're going to see the switch up. It is now Torkoal plus Vileplume, saying, you know what? I can deal with the double Fairy lead. I have a Poison and a Fire type. I do like this lead a lot because basically Vileplume really threatens with Poison type damage, and Torkoal is a Fire type, which means it's going to resist all of the Fairy type moves. And you could potentially just click after you Eruption here, or throw out Sludge Bombs plus Heat Waves. Or I have to check what Torkoal's other moves are. What kind of Torkoal this is. This is a... Alright, this is a... Eruption, Heat Wave, Weather Ball kind of Torkoal. So the tricky thing with this turn is, like, Torkoal could potentially remove Whimsicott, which would be kind of bad, actually, because you really want to keep the low-damaging Pokemon in for as long as possible. So Heat Wave is going to come out. The idea here was that Heat Wave is going to do more consistent damage if Torkoal takes damage from Floette, but the only issue is Heat Wave can potentially miss and or burn. Burn would be pretty rough because something like Garchomp would be able to get in this Tailwind. So now, Whimsicott is here. It will throw off big Moonblast, but I don't think, outside of using like Light of Ruin, I don't think either of these Pokemon are probably going down this turn, but we'll have to wait and see. Heat Wave plus Sludge Bomb might be enough to remove both Pokemon, but the thing is like, Floette is known for having a like monster special defense stat. And there is a world where you could just click Sleep Powder again into Floette and just try and really slow down the pace of this battle. Ooh, I don't know if I love Protect on that Torkoal, especially because I think that Whimsicott has Encore. It does. So unless you remove Whimsicott this turn, Torkoal's in a bit of a pickle here. We do see Light of Ruin. We see the double up into Vileplume, the scarier of the two Pokemon, apparently. Moonblast plus Light of Ruin is enough to remove Vileplume, and now Torkoal is sitting here with the potential to be locked into Encore. It's a pretty scary position to be in. If Torkoal had just clicked Eruption that turn, it would have been massive damage into both Pokemon. You see Alakazam switching in. Unfortunately, though, Torkoal basically has to switch out, and I don't think Alakazam is really threatening too much this turn. It can do Speed Swap, it can do Trick Room, but at the same time, unless Torkoal gets a double Protect, it's in big trouble. And honestly, like this turn, there's nothing really stopping you from clicking like Light of Ruin into this Alakazam. Or Gleam, which would do massive damage and just blow up Crabominible. Oh no. We're putting all the faith into the Alakazam here. Honestly, it could get Trick Room up right now, though. Instead, it goes for the Speed Swap, trying to get the Super Crab online. But I think that might be too little too late. I think if Trick Room went up, there might have been a real case that Torkoal could have swept all the Pokemon in the back. But unfortunately, Torkoal is in, Tailwind is still up, and I don't think Alakazam's going to be able to get Trick Room up. And without Trick Room, I don't think Torkoal's going to have the gas it needs to win this set. And the other unfortunate thing is, like, even if Gabriel clicks Protect this turn and stalls out the final turn of Trick Room, it's just going to be the Encore locked the next turn. You see Dazzling Gleam come out. It's enough to remove Alakazam. Torkoal has 35% HP remaining, and it's got to remove all 4 Pokemon. Heat Wave misses onto who? Onto Floette. But Torkoal says, you know what? I'm going to make this a 1 versus 3, not a 1 versus 4. I do think both players played it pretty well. I think that one turn where Torkoal clicked Protect was a very ambitious turn that did ultimately not end up going in Gabriel's favor, but I see why they made the choices that they made. Also, you have to give credit to Zach. Zach scouted, like, hey, I can click Protect and Tailwind, and I can really get this game to just go in my favor here. Well played to both players. This game is going to go to Little Potato, aka Zach, though. We are going to go to our next set, which is going to be Izzy versus Cole J. So just to give people some context for what's going on, Izzy won game 1. We are going into game 2. It might be in the middle of game 2. Alright, it looks like it is. It looks like Charizard's gone down for Chatot, and Trick Room is now up, but Izzy has a Mega Mawile plus Garchomp on their side, and they have Sylveon on theirs. And Mawile looks like it is in position. Crab Salad. Crab did its best. That's a hard matchup into Floette. We see a Detect come out from Sylveon saying, you know what, I can stall out this Mega Mawile. Garchomp gonna go for a Protect too. Unless this Farigiraf is packing something like a Weather Ball, I don't think it's gonna be removing either Pokemon this turn though. Oh, you know what could stop it though? Trick Room. It looks like reversing the Trick Room is a very valid play that Farigiraf can do. And now, with Sylveon at pretty full HP, you could launch off a big Helping Hand Hyper Voice. Wouldn't remove Mawile, but it would definitely remove that Garchomp that just clicked Protect. Whimsicott's been on the battlefield before, so I imagine that would also potentially go down. Mawile is in a pretty good position. Having Charizard already be removed, it looks like the only Pokemon that could potentially remove it on Chatot's side of the field would be something like a Garchomp. Hey, I'm sorry, just finished round 4 at 1-3, have to go. Thanks for watching, Zach. I hope you had a great day. I will see you later. Can I drop, or do you do it as a TO? You can do it. All right, we see we see Dragon Claw go into Farigiraf. It's gonna proc its Citrus Berry and heal it up a bit. Then we see an Iron Head go into Garchomp. Holy cow, that is damage right there. Brings it down to 31% HP. And then a Psychic fires off into Garchomp, gonna bring it down to 42%. Honestly, it's a pretty tricky situation because like Garchomp's probably in range of something like a Sucker Punch, provided Farigiraf goes down. So like I don't see a world where it'd be a bad idea to just protect your Mawile, remove this Garchomp, and then boom, blow it up with Play Rough the following turn, or like blow it up with Sucker Punch the following turn. I guess Farigiraf we've already seen would survive something like a Dragon Claw from the Garchomp. It did survive. It got that Citrus Berry healing. I didn't see how much it did last turn, but I think it would probably be okay for one more. The other idea is like if you could go for something like a Helping Hand plus Earthquake if you think Mawile won't protect this turn. That Whimsicott in the end though is going to be the big tricky spot to move, or tricky Pokemon to maneuver around. Stomping Tantrum will connect onto Mawile, will KO it in one hit. And now it is Garchomp and Farigiraf versus Garchomp and Mawile. Dragon Claw connects onto Garchomp, gonna bring it down to 0. Gonna take some Life Orb and Recoil Chip, right? Yes, down to 20%. Now Farigiraf is probably gonna click Psychic. And now it is Whimsicott versus the world. And I think Chatot might have found their way into a Game 3 situation. Sylveon comes back in, Garchomp is down, Mawile is down, Basculegion is down. It is a 1 versus 2, and Whimsicott only has 25% HP. No Trick Room is not up, but there are too many Moonblasts that have to fire out, and Chatot has too many resources remaining. Moonblast does fly out, it connects on Sylveon. We're going to see that it does about 30%. So it's going to take about 4 of those to take it out. Or sorry, yeah, about 4 total. But Hyper Voice will be enough to just remove that Whimsicott, and we are going to go to a Game 3. Gotta love a game 3. All right, let's see. Battle's ended. Alrighty, let's see. Can you recommend ways I could counter Floette? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you watched the set when we were watching it, or if you could hear what I was saying. I do recommend going back and watching it. One of the things I talked about was like that turn where you went for the speed swap on Crab. If you just went for Trick Room, you would have had Torkoal under Trick Room, which would have been really powerful. Also, alternatively, I'm trying to think. Like, I think that if you played that game like 10 more times, I think you would have seen more lines to play it. I think that your opponent just, like, Zach made good calls. It's not like that game was unwinnable for you. You played it well. They called every move you were going to do. So if you just run it back and get more practice, I think you can do it. I think that the Violet, okay, it was specifically the turn where Violet Plume clicked an attack and Torkoal clicked Protect is when you were really put on the back foot. Because in a world where you had Torkoal out next to Alakazam, you would have been in a much better spot. And if you also clicked Heat Wave on that turn, or Eruption on that turn where they doubled into Violet Plume, you would have also been in a much better spot. So it was tricky. Also, you could have Sludge Bombed the Whimsicott instead of going for the Sleep Powder on Floette. I don't think you did anything wrong. It's just a tricky matchup. And I think that you do have lines. It's one of those teams where you could keep playing it over and over again. I would honestly like ask Zach if they would practice with you or something like that. There are people in the Discord that will run sets with you. I thought he was going for Dazzling Gleam. It makes sense. Yeah, no, like, I think that your team... I'm trying to think how to say this without sounding like a jerk. I think that your team is strong. I think it's a harder to pilot team in the sense that, like, yeah, it's Trick Room and it's, like, more linear, but it's, like, they had so much more power with Mega Floette and Mega Charizard. There's a reason that those two are ruling the meta. So, I think if you're going to run an off-meta team, you need to have lots of practice into those teams specifically. And I think the more practice you get, the better those lines will feel. Alright, so let's hop back into this. I will answer more questions in a second if you have any, but what we're seeing right now is we see Tailwind coming out in Rock Slide, saying, you know what, I'm just going to opt to try and remove Charizard and potentially get any flinches on anyone coming in. Alright, so we see Rock Slide does connect into Farigiraf. Mawile, being a Steel type, does resist all of Sylveon's attacks, but at the same time, it's one of those things where it's like, it's gonna not love taking multiple hits from that Pokemon. Also, let me see what you just said. You said, as a Crab Professor. As a Crab Professor, I will say double lead Fairy into it is almost every time. I will say people lead double Fairy into it almost every time if they have it. So anti-lead the Fairies. Yeah. Like, if you had, like, Glamora or Salazzle, you know, like, those Pokemon are really annoying for Fairies, right? Power level always comes before creativity. It is hard to out-creative just raw power. Alright, so we see the double up into the Sylveon saying, hey, you can set Trick Room if you want it, but I don't really care right now. Yeah, I have Tailwind up, but I've got ways to work around this. Can you give me your user? My user for what? Are you saying my Discord? My Discord, like the Discord I run with everyone, is in the description for this YouTube video if you're watching on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch, I have the link on the Discord. So, and there are plenty of people in there that you can ask for help with sets and practice, and like everyone's very kind and will give a lot of good advice. But yeah, let's see. All right, so Garchomp comes out, Sylveon is down, Tailwind is up. Honestly, this Garchomp is kind of the big thorn in Izzy's side. Like, if Garchomp can be dealt with, then Izzy should be able to run away with the game. I say that, but there is also a Charizard that can blow up Mawile as well. Izzy's saying, you know what, Mawile's done as much offensive damage as I need it to do right now. Let's slow things down just a little bit. Alright. Izzy actually, like, maybe potentially calling that Charizard was going to come out there. saying, you know what, I can throw out a Moonblast, and if Garchomp stays in, it's going to take big damage, and then Basculegion can clean it up. And if not, I can bring in my fish and say, you know what, let's just play this a little slower. We see Trick Room go up, which is actually pretty good for Mawile, because Mawile will return after Tailwind has ended. And Mawile is great into Charizard if Trick Room is up, because Mawile can click Rock Slide, which is great, because it'll just one-shot the Charizard. Especially because the Charizard's already taken Chip. Sorry about that. Alright, we have 4 more turns of Trick Room. Tailwind's up for 1 more turn. Whimsicott, I believe, has Protect. Let me double check real quick. Izzy's Whimsicott is rocking Protect. So there's no reason for these players to not just like slow play it. This is a Protect Whimsicott, and it's got Mystic Water on the Basculegion. Are you winning, son? I'm not playing, so I'm always winning. We do see Basculegion and Whimsicott just opting to Protect here. The opponent's Farigiraf has Thunderbolt, so it can do decent damage into Izzy this turn. We're going to see Solar Beam try to connect into the Basculegion, but since both Pokemon chose to Protect this turn, they're going to be fine. Trick Room is going to be reversed. I think what we're going to see is Trick Room flip-flop, flip-flop, flip-flop. Because, like, now Izzy's incentivized to click Tailwind again, because their Pokemon are going to underspeed the Pokemon that are on this side of the field. But at the same time, if Izzy can just remove Farigiraf, this game's going to be a lot harder to deal with. Also, if you just remove Charizard, like, there's only going to be 2 Pokemon to Izzy's 4. So it's like, yeah, Garchomp might be difficult to deal with, but when you have 4 Pokemon, it's going to seem pretty easy to manage how to get there. Heat Wave would do great damage into Whimsicott, but I think if you just click Tailwind plus Wave Crash might just be enough to do it right now. It looks like instead we're going to see Moonblast fire off into Farigiraf for big damage. Citrus Berry's going to come out. It's going to heal back up to 66. We're going to see Solar Beam come out. It's actually going to outspeed this Basculegion. It's going to bring it down to 0. Basculegion is out of here. And then, what is the next move we're going to see? We're going to see Psychic come out into the Whimsicott and bring it down. Holy cow, that's a decent amount of damage. Brings it down to 40%. And now we're going to see who the final Pokemon is for Izzy. It is Garchomp. Another Pokemon really threatening this Charizard. And the thing is like, yeah, if you get... Okay. I like this, because what Garchomp and Mawile are doing is they're creating this really unique speed sandwich for Charizard, where it's like, when Tailwind is not up, Charizard is being out... Okay, sorry. Without Tailwind or Trick Room, Garchomp is outspeeding Charizard. With Tailwind, Mawile looks like it can outspeed Charizard. With Trick Room, Mawile outspeeds Charizard. So it's like, it does not matter. As long as you have one speed stat in your favor, you can always, like, do the damage you need to do. And since they both are probably rocking rock moves, LOL, they can both threaten that Charizard really heavily with Rock Slide. Okay, so now Charizard's going to opt for a Protect here. And realistically, that's a really hard choice to make, because if you just remove Farigiraf, which it looks like Izzy is choosing to do, we already saw it eat Citrus Berry. Oh, never mind, Rock Slide came out. Okay. Farigiraf is going to survive with 14% HP. I was going to say Protect is really difficult call to make here, because if Charizard... I was going to say Farigiraf goes down, Charizard is going to just get Encore Lock. We say Farigiraf did flinch. Unfortunately, Trick Room's not going up. I think the only way for Izzy to make it through this now is to like hit like a giant Helping Hand Heat Wave and burn this Garchomp, dodge a Rock Slide, and then get their own Garchomp back into the onto the board and be like, hopefully this is enough. But I think we're at a position now where it's like Izzy can kind of just click Tailwind. Like, if Mawile is going to outspeed Charizard and potentially outspeed Garchomp, like, Farigiraf is going down. We're going to be, like, speed control, the war is over. Like, as long as Farigiraf goes down here, Izzy has complete control of this game. And I think you can always remove that Farigiraf with, like, Earthquake. I mean, if you do click Earthquake, though, you're removing your own Whimsicott. So, I mean, if you have Dragonclaw, it might be a safe call to just do that, too. We see Farigiraf is going to go for the Protect. We see Whimsicott just throws out a Moonblast into Farigiraf. We're going to see a Rock Slide. The idea here is like, hey, I cover basically everything. Alright, Garchomp's going to go down to 87%. Now, I guess the question is now, is like, does Garchomp go down to Moonblast? Like, Whimsicott's not known for having a lot of special offense, and Garchomp is known for being bulky. It is a super effective hit. If Whimsicott and Garchomp can take out Farigiraf and Garchomp, this game is effectively over. But it's going to come down to, does Whimsicott take out Garchomp with a singular Moonblast? Does Garchomp outspeed other Garchomp? Can you just click Tailwind Earthquake this turn? Like, as long as Farigiraf goes down, you're kind of in the clear. Whimsicott does go for Tailwind. We see Dragon Claw does come out into the Farigiraf. And now, takes the Life Orb chip. Garchomp fires back with a Dragon Claw of its own. And now it's going to be Charizard and Garchomp facing down. Just Mawile and Whimsicott. A single Heat Wave will potentially do it here. But the question is can Charizard survive the Sucker Punch? Does Mawile outspeed under Tailwind? Like, there are a few questions on everyone's mind. Will Garchomp go down to just one Moonblast? It is a scary endgame situation for sure. Will Rock Slide connect? Alright, Mawile re-enters the battlefield. Now the question is, who is the faster of the two Pokemon? Or who's the... Okay, we know Whimsicott is going to be the fastest in Tailwind, but I need to know who's going to be next. I think at 65% HP after taking the Life Orb chip and the Rough Skin damage, I think Garchomp is going down to Moonblast. So then the next question is just going to be, can Charizard land its move, and will it survive potentially a Rock Slide from Mawile, or will it dodge? Or will it outspeed? Like, there's a lot of ifs, ands, or ors. Alright, we see Encore come out. It's going to lock that Pokemon into Dragon Claw, which means that it can no longer effectively attack any of the Pokemon on the field. Rock Slide does come out. It does outspeed. Charizard goes down, and now the game is going to go to Izzy with just Encore plus Rock Slide. There is no world in which Chatot can win this game. And just like that, Izzy is going to go 4-0 into, like, essentially finals of our tournament. Well played by both players. Alright, we're going to pop in on Masks versus Fish. Yeah, I know, it is a crazy Pokemon. I mean, Charizard realistically is probably going down to most Pokemon's Rock Slides, but Mawile is a crazy Pokemon. I think that it's one of the more slept-on Pokemon. I would not be surprised to see Mawile make a deep cut at Worlds. What are you doing, Haley? I thought she was just sliding off of my lap. Are you okay? Are you trying to get down? You gotta go this way if you want to get down. Good girl. Alright, 8680. I think I was mostly surprised that it looks like Izzy's Mawile is invested so that it can be faster inside of Trick Room and faster outside of like in Tailwind too. Like it's clearly not like a brave Mawile. 4 attacks Mawile is the best set. Is it what? Ironhead, Play Rough, Rock Slide, Sucker Punch? Does that Mawile ever have trouble with, like, opposing Farigiraf? It feels like that'd be a difficult Pokemon for them to deal with. Alright, so we are popping in for Game 3. Okay, that makes sense. This is Masks versus Fish. Fish is Zat Nash. They are rocking the... This is Citrus Berry, Clefable, Mega Frostlass, Sash Arcanine with Rockhead, Sneasler with Mental Herb, Leftovers, Politoed, and Meowscarada. I feel like Mental Herb has to be a mistake, right? It's gotta be White Herb. Okay. Was the whole set streamed, or did you join halfway? Your whole set was streamed, so if you want to watch it back, you can see... Oh, actually, no, I lied. It was the last game. We watched the Alakazam hard trick room set first. We might be popping in for your final game though, because I think you might be #1 seed. Well, you can have a. All right, so. All right, it looks like these are the final 2 Pokemon for masks, but Zatnash still has an Arcanine in the back. I got a down pair, so I doubt it. We'll see. Does this Meowscarada have any moves to hit Charizard? Because it feels like if you can remove Charizard, alright, we see a Protect. If you can remove Charizard, then with Clefable next to it, Arcanine should always just be able to beat King Gambit. Alright, we see Knockoff come out. Charizard's going down to 7% HP after the critical hit. We see Ironhead come out. It is going to fail into that Clefable. And now it is going to be 7% HP Charizard with the ability to click Protect again versus King Gambit. Okay, so basically this like if you were trying to click Protect, you can just click Protect again, right? No, nothing is stopping you. This is a Choice Scarf Meowscarada, so you can knock off the King Gambit. I don't know why, like, I guess Charizard probably is going to Mega Evolve at some point if it's going to get an attack off. But it's like, okay, I think that even if it's a resisted hit, King Gambit's probably going to remove Meowscarada this turn. You have to use Follow Me. Okay, we see Clefable switches out. Arcanine comes in. Charizard goes for another Protect. Is this not Mega Charizard? What do we... Alright, Knockoff comes out, just slaps the thing, just says, hey, whatever. Damage is damage. Ironhead comes out into Arcanine, calls it correctly. Well, I guess, I mean, even if the paper was still there, that would be the correct call, right? What kind of Charizard is this? This is a Mega Charizard Y. It is Clefable, and... Okay, so now Meowscarada does threaten the KO into Charizard. King Gambit probably realistically has to use like Ironhead into Clefable. Okay, there's like a mind game at play. If Clefable clicks Protect instead of Follow Me, then you could just attack into the Meowscarada. But I think you always just target the Meowscarada, because then if you get pulled over, you just attack the Clefable anyway. You always click Ironhead in this situation regardless, so it doesn't matter. Alright, let's see. Charizard chooses to Mega Evolve, eats the knockoff. Did Masks attack into Meowscarada, or did Masks attack into Clefable? Ironhead goes into the Clefable spot. Okay, which means that now Masks has to eat. Knockoff just slaps the thing. It does, just whoops. Okay, so I think you always Ironhead the Meowscarada because it can't click Protect. It's always just clicking Knockoff. Alright, Ironhead. Well, now you can Ironhead Clefable because it was not ever picking up. And now you can even just Sucker Punch the Meowscarada if you want. I think that Mask played it fine. I think it was one of those things where it was like they were always in a favorable position. They just had to figure out how to navigate the situation. And I think the way that you had to do that is you potentially had to bring that Arcanine in earlier in the Meowscarada spot and protect your Clefable. But I don't think they ever had the opportunity to really do it. Knockoff is just not doing the damage. And Ironhead should just end this game. Alright, good game. Well played to both of you. Alright, and there is one more set, and that's Razor again. Razor keeps finding themselves in long games. Alright, so it's Razor versus Max Uxie. Max Uki. 5, 3, 6, 5, 1, 0, 1, 1. Room cannot be found. The game end? Five, 3, 6, 5, 1, 0, 1. Okay, joining the room. Okay. You guys are alright. Alright, so we're watching the Annihilate again versus King Gambit and Toxapex. Annihilate is toxic poison. It looks like it has not taken any direct damage. It's not, like, Drain Punch is probably going to do big damage into a lot. Actually, you know what? I'm saying that, but Annihilate's the kind of Pokemon that can do Drain Punch. It's at +1. Glimmora is on the field. Like, okay, both Pokemon are realistically pretty threatened here, and Whimsicott is already down. If they can just remove this Toxapex, Whimsicott's gonna be... Or, sorry. Oh my gosh, it survives at 1%. Power Gem with adaptability is crazy. Alright, Rage Fist comes out. How many stacks does Annihilate have? Not enough. Only does a few damage. Is anyone doing well with Big Pert? It seems like Big Pert's kind of big falling off. In our tournament... Let me look at this metagame. I don't think we even have a... Oh, there is one Swampert and it went 0-2. So yeah, there was one Swampert. I think Big Pert has not been fully unlocked yet. I think everyone wanted to play with it, and I don't think anyone really fully figured it out. I think it belongs on a Trick Room team. That's my thought. And I don't think you run at max speed. Alright, so we see Annihilate takes Infestation and Toxic damage. It is Annihilate versus the world. We've seen it do it before, but the question is, can it do it again? I don't know that it can based on how much damage it just took last game. Edu has been cooking with it. What has he been cooking? Now I'm curious. Okay, based on the fact that Annihilate has to take out both these Pokemon and a Frostless, I don't think it'll be enough. Yeah, I think Perish is a very, very valid way to run that Pokemon. Because having fought against Perish Swampert teams, it's scary because you're like, alright, if I play into the Gengar mode, it's like the opposite of how I play into the Swampert mode. Alright, poor Annihilate. It's got too much work on its shoulders right now. It's probably going to be able to take another KO, but it's not going to take enough KOs. I think even if Toxapex... Actually, I was going to say, even if Glimmora did pick up King Gambit, I don't think it would be enough. Instant Gengar, Toad, Pert, Arch, Viv. Yeah, that does seem very scary. I think Viv alone, Viv Pert seems like a strong combo. Because, like, you can just do Sleep Powder stuff and click Earthquake. Like, that seems real. I liked Pert a lot. I think the biggest, like, obstacle... I mean, this is a no-brainer. Biggest obstacle for Pert is frickin' Sinestro. That thing is a nightmare. It's rough when a supporter destroys your, like, hard carry. Your, like, heavy-hitting Pokemon. Alright, battle ends in a forfeit. I can't outspeed a Frostlass off. I love Annihilate. You played it well. Yeah, there was no way you were able to navigate that one and get the win, unfortunately. Like, and I say unfortunately, but, like, both players played it well. Unfortunately for you, respect for Razor. He's a great player. Alright, we are going to go into... Let me go to my dashboard. The final set now. Ba-ba-da-bum. King Gambit living at the end was crazy. It really was. I mean, there's a reason King Gambit keeps trucking, right? He keeps being that guy, even without his Assault Vest. Alright, round 5 is up. Alright, we are going to check out Izzy versus Masks for our final game of the tournament, or our final set of the... final full set of the tournament. Let's see. They are both 4-0, so it'll be a great opportunity to look at some really strong players. Everyone here has been doing a great job. Alright, let's do 8711 9251. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. Alright, so we just watched Izzy's set, or like the end of Izzy's set, and I think we've seen Masks already. Masks is running the No Protect Ice Fang Aerodactyl in order to deal with Garchomps. Izzy is running the Mawile team we just watched. Both players are very strong. I think, again, this is going to come down to how does Izzy navigate their Mawile around potentially a Garchomp and Charizard. The other question is, does Izzy even choose to bring Mawile? I have to imagine it's probably a pretty strong piece, but at the same time, it's like, if they can't get Trick Room up, it could be really hard. Also, I know for a fact, there's no way Adamant Mawile outspeeds Mega Aerodactyl, so that is not a full option for them. There is a world where, like, you see Masks bring Charizard and Aerodactyl and just Mega the Aerodactyl. That wouldn't be a wrong option. Also, Garchomp is going to be pretty scary to deal with too. But at the same time, we'll just have to wait and see how it all plays out. Multiple Parish teams got top 4 at Venezuela Charity Tour, but they both were taken out by Floette Zard in semi and finals. That is always how it seems to go, right? I didn't see that message before until now, Izzy. Alright. Let's see. Alrighty. Alright, so both teams have Farigiraf, which is going to really shut down the sucker punches that both teams want to use. Whimsicott is a nice piece if you want to use like Tailwind to blow up Aerodactyl. Garchomp is looking like another really strong piece that both players probably really want to bring. The only Pokemon that really threatens Garchomp on Mask's side of the field is that Ice Fang Aerodactyl and that Sylveon. And I guess also Garchomp too, but that's like an eye for an eye situation. Also, if you're Garchomp, if you can chip Sylveon like a decent amount, like probably like 40%, Earthquake is almost certainly going to pick up if Izzy has it, now that I think about it. Let me check real quick. I feel like most Garchomps run Earthquake, but can't always assume, right? Let's see. Yeah, it's got Earthquake. Okay, cool. Earthquake, Dragon Claw, Rock Slide. Rock Slide. Izzy's got the double Rock Slide, so... And this Aerodactyl does not, repeat, does not have Wide Guard, so both Megas on Mask's team do not want to see a Rock Slide. Alright, so we see Whimsicott, Basculegion, a very strong lead, into Kingambit and Charizard. Honestly, I feel like Masks might have the better end of the deal on this one because Sucker Punch is going to be able to deal with that Basculegion. Let me double check to make sure that there is no Focus Sash. Okay, this is a Mystic Water Basculegion, which means it's going to do decent damage. There is a world where you just click Aqua Jet, but at the same time, with both players rocking Farigiraf, it's not a guarantee that it's going to work out for either of them. I have to imagine that the Charizard probably is going to outspeed the Basculegion. Let's see what they choose to do. I wouldn't be surprised if Farigiraf just kind of shows up at some point. Thank you for the follow, Eye Surprises. Greatly appreciated. Alright, we see Charizard's going to go for the Drought. We see a Tailwind come out from Whimsicott. Do we see a Sucker Punch come out from Kingambit? No, we don't. Okay, we're just going to see a Wave Crash come out. Just going to get damage into Kingambit. Going to bring it down to 61. No problem. Happy to find you. Aw, thank you. Shucks. Alright, Heat Wave comes out. It's going to miss on Whimsicott, which means that no Sash is broken just yet. And with Garchomp being one of the stronger offensive pieces on both players' teams, not getting that damage into Whimsicott is actually really huge. Also, that Heat Wave, we're in a pretty nice position for Izzy here because they can bring in Garchomp. Yeah, and threaten with big Earthquakes, threaten with big Rock Slides. Like, these Pokemon are in a bit of a pickle here. Like, I also wouldn't be surprised to see Whimsicott click Protect and Garchomp just click that big ol' Earthquake. Let's see what they choose to do. Rock Slide would potentially remove the Charizard. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rock Slide plus Moonblast either into Kingambit. Alright, let's see. Kingambit just opting to get out of there. Here comes the Farigiraf. Whimsicott clicking Protect, saying, hey, I've got my Sash for one turn. Let's keep it for another turn. Charizard clicks Protect. I think the only damage getting done on Izzy's side of the field this turn, if any, is the Life Orb recoil. Alright, we do see that Earthquake does come out. It's going to hit that Paragraph, and it's going to do decent damage, probably bringing it to Citrus Berry or just under. Okay, brings it to 39 with that big old crit. Okay, I was going to say, I was like, that can't all be from that Earthquake, right? It can't be just a raw Earthquake doing that much. Alright. Bringing it down to 64, which is really cool because a follow-up was probably going to just remove Paragraph if you go for Earthquake plus Moonblast. But the big thing here, though, is like, do you go for Rock Slide plus Moonblast, and would that be enough? Obviously, Paragraph could get flinched, which would be pretty detrimental, but at the same time, you never know. Okay, I actually like this play a lot. Because King Gambit's no longer here, you can bring in the Intimidator and say, hey, you know what? I can go for Rock Slide into Charizard, and if it... Ooh, okay, you don't want to see that. It's going to say Rock Slide into Charizard will remove it if it... It's another crit. What is this Garchomp eating? I need to feed it that thing. I was going to say Rock Slide, though, would remove the Charizard. Okay. Double misses on the Pokemon that really need them to survive. Heat Wave would have totally removed Mawile there. Rock Slide would have probably removed Charizard as well. Paragraph flinches, though. Oh my gosh. What a crazy turn. This Garchomp knows where it can miss and knows that it can get a crit into this Paragraph every single time. Alright, so Life Orb Rock Slide into Charizard is probably going to pick up. Mawile is in a position to launch out big damage now. Unfortunately, it can't click Sucker Punch just yet because Paragraph is here, but we're not entirely sure. Thank you, I'm Pluto, for the follow. We are watching what would unofficially be grand finals of our tournament. Izzy is 4-0, and they're fighting Mass, who is also 4-0. So, we'll have to see. Okay. Mawile is going to go for the Mega Evolution here. No more Intimidates, we're only doing damage. Rock Slide comes out, does connect this time, is going to bring the Charizard down to 3, which means it does survive the Life Orb. This is a very, very bulky Charizard on the physical side. A Heat Wave would almost certainly remove both Pokemon. We're going to see Ironhead come out saying, you know what, I don't care about Charizard, but I think you might need to. Charizard flinches, Garchomp is just going crazy. And now with Paragraph gone, Sucker Punch is back on the table. But the thing is like, you can kind of bring in King Gambit here, yeah. And it's like a weird little mind game, because it's like, Garchomp can't click Earthquake next to Mawile. And if you go for, like, if Garchomp went for Earthquake, and King Gambit goes for Sucker Punch, it's probably just going to remove it, too. I think that as long as you remove King Gambit, as long as you remove Charizard, you're in a pretty fine position. You can always just Sucker Punch there, because, like, King Gambit has to go for, like, Ironhead to do decent damage into Mawile here. We see King Gambit go for a Sucker Punch, trying to get this Garchomp, but it's going to fail. Sucker Punch right back from Mawile, connects into Charizard. Charizard is going down, and now it is 2 versus 3. Sunlight, just like the sunlight fading, so does Charizard. He fades from this world, and in comes Garchomp. Honestly, if there was a Pokemon you wanted to have as the final Pokemon, that is it. I think that it's pretty likely, though, that you're going to see something like maybe Mawile switching out and Whimsicott coming back in here, though. Because it's looking pretty likely that Earthquake is looking very strong. And Earthquake, because Whimsicott doesn't have its sash, it still has its sash, is looking pretty difficult to remove this turn. Alright, we see Sucker Punch comes out, does remove the Garchomp. What does Garchomp choose to go for? Goes for the Stomping Tantrum, saying, hey, you can lock me into Encore. Holy cow, that's a lot of damage. These Garchomps can do nothing but crit. Now Whimsicott might be in range of Sucker... I don't think so. I was gonna say. Alright, I think that we're probably looking at a situation where Tailwind plus Play Rough is probably coming out. Because Mawile probably has enough bulk to survive whatever King Gambit throws its way. But it's gonna be a hard endgame here for them to navigate. Let's see what they choose to do. I mean, Moonblast plus Sucker Punch almost always picks up Garchomp, right? The question is, do you want Tailwind? Is it necessary? We know that this Mawile is regularly outspeeding Charizards, but is it regularly outspeeding Garchomps? Alright, let's see. Let's see what the players choose to do here. There are so many choices that they could make. It could be a Protect from any Pokemon. Also, if Garchomp chooses to use Protect and Whimsicott does not go down, it can always just get Encore locked into its next move. Tailwind comes out. This Mawile has to remove Kingambit, unless if it does not, what's going to happen? Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, if Kingambit has the chance to swing it at Whimsicott, as long as Whimsicott survived the turn, Garchomp can be Encore locked into Protect. Yes, they made the right call, but at what cost? It's going to take 3 more Iron Heads to remove both of these Pokemon. And also, like, we don't know who's faster between Garchomp and Mawile, and I don't think we ever will, because I think it's highly likely we see Whimsicott click Encore and then Playra fly off into Kingambit. And I have to imagine Playra from a huge power Mawile is probably going to do most, if not all. I think it's gotta pick up, right? It looks like it's gotta pick up. Protect goes out, it does not get the double. Playra comes out, it connects, and down goes Kingambit. And being locked into locked into Protect, this Garchomp is not able to finish this game. No matter how this ends, this is the dumbest game I've ever played. It's been a funny game, though. Alright, Garchomp gets its Protect. It's not a double yet. I think the only way for Garchomp to get back into this is to hit a sequence of like 3 triple Protects back to back. And Izzy has to miss like a Playra. And like, well, actually I think Iron Head plus Moonblast probably just picks it up from here, right? Basically, Garchomp has to run out of Protect PP is my only way I see it winning this game. Alright, Protect comes out, fails. Moonblast comes out. Gonna do more than half. And by more than half, I mean basically everything. Alright, and then Iron Head will seal the deal. Alrighty. And that is game 1. That was a crazy game. We're going back for game number 2. We'll have to see if Masks is able to adapt. Honestly, the Mawile... okay, so Whimsicott dodging the Heat Wave was huge. Garchomp flinching the Farigiraf was huge. Garchomp was critting everything on both sides. Like, it was a very funny set. I think both players played it really well, but it was very funny. Alright, let's see. I still think Kingambit is really strong. The pairing of Charizard plus Farigiraf is strong because it makes it so Kingambit can't just throw off big sucker punches. Also, like, you can blow Kingambit up with a fire move, but the only way to blow up Farigiraf is with a dark move, and Kingambit does not want to sit in front of Charizard. Also, like, I don't know, maybe the combo of Farigiraf plus... Sorry, not Farigiraf. Kingambit plus Aerodactyl could be something, because then you can launch off big rock slides, and also, like, while you're threatening that Charizard, Kingambit is threatening that Farigiraf. We have seen that Izzy is more than comfortable bringing that Tailwind Whimsicott, and I think that that's why they led Whimsicott plus Basculegion, and why Mask tried to counter with their Kingambit plus Farigiraf. But, or maybe it was Charizard plus Kingambit. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are going to the next game. So. Alright, coolio. We're going to see Masks versus Izzy here. Alright, Whimsicott and Garchomp is their lead versus Kingambit and Charizard. Already off to a pretty big mind game where Tailwind plus Earthquake or Tailwind plus Rock Slide is going to change the tempo of this game in a big way. So, yes, Sucker Punch is on the table. Yes, Charizard could potentially switch out to something else. But it's also one of those things where it's like, no matter what, Izzy's already kind of got the upper hand here. And outside of like doubling it up with Sucker Punch and Solar Beam, I don't think that Garchomp is going down. And even if it does, I think you're losing a lot of important pieces right off the bat. Mass saying, you know what, I think this time I'm bringing my King Gambit back. I'm going to hold on to that for a second. Is he going for the Protect on Whimsicott, saying, you know what, I don't have to rush into anything. Charizard going for Protect. This is an interesting turn because, like, no matter what, Farigiraf's probably taking damage. We do see it as Rock Slide. I think the idea here is like, hey, I can get Trick Room up now. I can get control of the battlefield in that way. But the thing is like, we have seen that Charizard will survive Rock Slide, but you can just click Moonblast plus Rock Slide into Charizard. I think Rock Slide is a safe play here because you can always just like keep that Charizard pressured and potentially get another flinch, because we've seen Izzy's Garchomp is just insane. Always gets the crits, always gets the flinches, always gets whatever it wants, so let that Garchomp continue to be a Nepo baby or whatever. I don't, what, were you just stretching? What were you doing? Okay. Let's see. She's been chilling in my lap all day. Alright, Charizard chooses the Mega. Let's see if Izzy goes for the Earthquake for more damage into this Farigiraf, or just says, you know what, I'm throwing out the rocks. Moonblast comes out into Farigiraf. Just the solo paw. Sweet baby. Citrus Berry goes off. Alright, Rock Slide comes out. Charizard does survive with 6% HP. Do we see any flinches? Alright, Life Orb ticks the Garchomp down just a little bit. Heat Wave comes out, misses Garchomp again. Connects on Whimsicott, will bring it down to Sash this time. Gets the burn, so Whimsicott is going down this turn. Does not matter what Farigiraf chose to do. Trick Room goes up. It's actually probably a very bad burn and a very bad miss, because you missed out on damage on Garchomp, and you're probably giving Mawile a free entry to the Trick Room. So it's like, did you really get what you wanted kind of thing? It's a pretty rough situation, especially because if Mawile didn't go down that turn, you might have been able to bring in King Gambit to get an Intimidate. Because you could just like double into the Garchomp spot. I don't know. Doesn't matter. But anyway, Mawile now has the Trick Room under its control. Izzy is like, thank you for setting that up for me. I'm going to run away with this game now. Because there's really no reason for Izzy not to just click a giant Rock Slide and another attack with this Garchomp. Yeah, it's pretty likely King Gambit comes in, but at the same time, it's like, you can always just click Play Rough and Rock Slide into the Charizard or into the Farigiraf. Alright, Izzy is going to Mega Evolve. Here comes Mega Mawile. Alright, here comes the Protect. Charizard's just going to hold on, say, you know what, I'm going to stall out Trick Room turns. Even though I said it, I'm going to stall it. Alright, Psychic does good damage. Honestly, if we had saw Heat Wave connect into Garchomp, I wouldn't be surprised if another tick of the Life Orb and Rough Skin or whatever might have potentially brought it down and removed it, but unfortunately Heat Wave did miss, so. Alright, Charizard and Farigiraf both in range of Iron Head and Dragon Claw respectively, so Izzy is kind of gonna get whatever she wants this turn. Yes, you could switch a Pokemon in. The only Pokemon that can switch in on a Dragon Claw though is, I guess, I was gonna say King Gambit could, but it's like if you bring in Sylveon in the wrong spot, you might just lose the game. So, it's a very tricky situation. I have to imagine that the final Pokemon for Izzy are probably for Master, probably Sylveon and King Gambit. We do see King Gambit returns to the battlefield. Garchomp just opting to protect, saying, hey, I don't need to rush this. Psychic comes out. Player Off realistically could just connect into King Gambit. We see Iron Head. Iron Head's going to do 30%. That's a decent amount of damage into that Pokemon. Alright. Garchomp in range of another Psychic. Iron Head probably will not KO this Mawile. We do not, let me see, do we know which one is faster? Masks has a Jolly King Gambit, so it is almost certain that it is going to go slower than Izzy's Mawile. And we don't know what the final Pokemon in the back is for for Izzy, but it's probably... I'd have to guess it might be that Paragraph, because Mawile loves Trick Room, and the only way for Izzy to get it back up would be through their Paragraph, so... Alright, we see Player Up comes out, brings King Gambit down to 1, it does survive. We see Kowtow Cleave is going to come out into the Garchomp. Thanks to Rough Skin, there goes King Gambit. Also, thank you for the follow, Portugal Vieira. King Gambit goes down, and now it is a 2 versus 2 situation, or sorry, 2 versus 3 situation. Trick Room gets reversed. Maybe this is Charizard's avenue. If that final Pokemon is actually Paragraph, there is a world where they can make it through this, but we'll have to wait and see. It is Basculegion. That is a Charizard's nightmare. But don't worry, it's not Charizard we're talking about right now, it's Garchomp. Alright, Garchomp can kind of click Earthquake into everything, so maybe there is a world where they can win this. The question, though, becomes, how are they going to navigate the situation? Because I have to imagine Last Respects plus Sucker Punch probably just picks up Garchomp. Yes, Izzy has a Mystic Water Basculegion, so the fastest Pokemon probably is Garchomp right now. And it cannot be Sucker Punched by this Mawile. But the thing is like, if they make the wrong calls, this game will end. So, let's see. We see Earthquake does come out. I think you had to click Helping Hand Earthquake to remove this Mawile, unfortunately, though. No, just Earthquake with Life Orb is going to do it. It's going to bring Basculegion down to 50. Now the question is Last Respects coming out, and will it remove this Garchomp? Last Respects does come out, it does connect into Garchomp, brings it down to 0. The Rough Skin will chip the Basculegion. Oh wait, Last Respects isn't even a contact move? That move just went from good to... It's so good, but it's even more broken than I thought. Alright. Okay, so now it is Charizard and Paragraph versus the world. I think you can just kind of click Solar Beam till the cows come home. Izzy sees the writing on the wall and just says, you know what, this game is over. You played it fantastically. My Mawile went down. I didn't think that just Earthquake would be enough. Usually Earthquake does the majority of a super effective Pokemon's help. I guess Mawile does not have a ton of base stats before Mega Evolution, and it puts it in the best places it can, but unfortunately will not survive the Life Orb Earthquake. It just goes to show a little bit of how Izzy's Mawile is invested. I mean, it is a strong attack from like the S tier of all S tiers in this meta, so I don't know. I've just seen King Gambit survive Earthquake, so I assumed that Mawile would, but Mawile and King Gambit are not the same Pokemon. Good girl. Haley says hi to the king. Alright, so now Masks has taken a game, Izzy has taken a game. We're gonna have to see how both players choose to adapt. Mawile and Charizard. Mawile and Charizard have definitely been the focal points of both teams. We've also seen that Garchomp on both sides really plays an important part. Obviously, Paragraph and Whimsicott do too, but it feels like both players are really positioning around how can they get their maximum damage output from Charizard and Mawile, and how can Garchomp be leveraged as well. It feels like King Gambit and Sylveon have been less impactful. They have been doing damage, but it feels like these teams in this matchup are live and die by their Megas or their Garchomps. Alright. Let's see how these players choose to adapt. Okay. We have Paragraph and Garchomp versus Charizard and King Gambit. Back to the mind games. Alright, so last time we saw Mask chose to switch out their King Gambit and protect their Charizard. I have to imagine we're going to see another defensive play from them, but at the same time, maybe we'll see a switch up. There is also a world where we just see Rock Slide plus Psychic, or we see Earthquake plus Protect, or maybe it's Helping Hand Earthquake. I don't know. There are so many questions we could ask, but Mask has chosen to be really defensive in the past, and I have a hard time imagining that they don't go with the same route again this time. If they think that if Izzy thinks if Mask thinks Izzy is going for a defensive play, I have to imagine that they bring in Farigiraf and they try and get Trick Room up for a Sylveon plus King Gambit lead. We do see Rock Slide comes out into the King Gambit. It's gonna do decent chip. But King Gambit says, you know what, I saw last time you really wanted to go for my Charizard. I don't think you're gonna do that again. Or I don't think you're gonna let me... I cannot talk. I don't think that you're going to go for my King Gambit again. Trick Room goes up. Right now, momentum has really shifted away from Izzy. Yes, Trick Room is up, but, like, Mawile is not in position yet. And also, on top of it, when Mawile gets into position, it's going to have to bring in Intimidate, which means that the King Gambit's just going to get stronger. I have a heavy suspicion that this turn that King Gambit... Sorry, not King Gambit. Farigiraf on Mask side is just going to reverse the Trick Room, so I think that the best play for Izzy is just clicking Helping Hand Earthquake and trying to do as much damage as possible. Alright, we see Psychic come out. Is it the double up? Is it Psychic plus Kowtow Leap into this Garchomp? It looks like it is, but Garchomp does survive with 7% HP. Is it going to be able to attack? Garchomp does attack. It is Helping Hand Earthquake. Everyone takes massive damage. King Gambit goes down. Farigiraf goes down. Garchomp goes down. And guess what? If Trick Room also goes down, it's going to be a really tricky situation. Because... Look at everyone's just fading away here. Because if Trick Room goes down, then Mawile's going to be caught out in the open without Protect in front of Charizard. Oh, we already saw Psychic. What am I talking about? Alright, so now I have to imagine that Mawile is going to be joining the battlefield. The calm before the storm. Izzy already knows who they're bringing in. Yeah, I was going to say they only have 2 Pokemon remaining. Alright, so it's Garchomp. Oh, this is actually a really tricky turn, right? Because, okay, actually, you know what? Garchomp got Intimidated, so I have to imagine that Izzy will survive an Earthquake now. But at the same time, it's like, there's only 1 Pokemon remaining. That Pokemon is Charizard. You can always go for Play Rough into Garchomp plus Wave Crash into Farigiraf. If Garchomp comes, or sorry, if Charizard comes out, then you will be doing Play Rough, which will be just minor chip. I'm just trying to think. There is a world, okay. The tricky thing here is that, like, if Sun goes up, Garchomp's gonna be able to take moves a lot better. But at the same time, it's like, it's definitely not taking moves right now. And also, Play Rough does miss. Or it does have the potential to miss. Let's see what they choose to do. You see, Farigiraf just goes for a Protect. It says, you know what, if I can get to the end of the Trick Room, I can win. This has been a really hype final set. Yep, that's why we always are trying to do the, like, undefeateds versus each other. Alright, so we see Play Rough goes out into the Garchomp. Wave Crash goes out into the Farigiraf. Alright, so now, I think it's a tough call to make. You can, okay, I think you always Wave Crash the Farigiraf, because your Basculegion will most likely survive. They're gonna have to go for double Protects. That's it. Wave Crash always is going to pick up the Charizard. You can opt to switch out the Garchomp. If you switch out the Garchomp and you get it right this turn, then you're gonna have Farigiraf, or sorry, you're gonna have Garchomp plus Charizard outside of Trick Room. So I think it would make sense for Izzy to go for Play Rough, because you know it's gonna underspeed, and you do Play Rough into Garchomp plus Wave Crash into Garchomp. Because the idea is, like, if Mawile connects with Play Rough, it will remove Garchomp. And then Wave Crash will remove Farigiraf. And then you'll have a 1. Actually, no matter what, Charizard is going to be on the battlefield versus the other 2 Pokemon. Like, this is a tough situation. Like, outside of Trick Room. Like, Charizard will be getting there, because Charizard's going to click Protect this turn. Ooh, Earthquake comes out. Alright, I feel like this is going to be Sucker Punch plus Aqua Jet versus Charizard is what the game we're coming down to. Because Charizard is coming in the final turn of Trick Room. They're going to be able to click Protect. They don't even have to set the Sun yet. Ugh, this is rough. This is really rough. I mean, this turn they definitely click Rock Slide, right? Because they're like, hey, if I connect this, I win. Okay, I guess the other question is this. It's like... Oh yeah, Last Respects makes sense. Oh, well, no. Okay, I think... Do you just go for the 2 moves that can KO, and if Charizard misses you, you win? Like, because like if Last Respects will pick up from here, and if Rock Slide will pick up from here, then you just go for those. And if Charizard goes for Weather Ball, you win. If Charizard goes for Heat Wave and one of the moves miss, you win. Like it's a tough call to make, but both players have done a great job getting to the end game that they're in. But they basically have to navigate through this now. Biggest Heat Wave of your life, right? I guess if Izzy knows that Sucker Punch plus Aqua Jet always picks up, they just go for that, but I'm not... We've seen how defensive this Charizard is. It's survived a Life Orb Rock Slide, so... Alright, we do see it's the Aqua Jet plus Sucker Punch double up, it looks like. Aqua Jet comes out. Sucker Punch comes out. Almost. And that was the critical hit, too! Heat Wave comes out and connects into both. Izzy would have needed a critical hit on both to get it. They get 1, they don't get 2. Both players played super well, but that game is going to go to Mask. Congratulations, Mask. You are going to be our Pokepal... Well, I say this, but we don't know for a fact that they're going to be our champion. Because there is another... Actually, no. They're the only player that went 5-0. Never mind. They're almost certainly champion. We will check in just a second, because this was actually our longest set of the tournament. So we can just do this. Yeah, that was a crazy set. It was very fun to watch. You guys did a great job playing. You should both be proud about the ways you played. Like, it was a great set. Let me move this over here. Can we see? Oh, why is my screen so small? So small? Okay. Oh, we're at the random number generator again. That's why I have the wrong tab. Come over here, guy. Come on. Okay, now it's... There we go. Parker is now one of my favorite VGC creators. I hope to participate in more tournaments. That means a lot. I really appreciate it. You should spread the word. Just kidding. Yeah. But yeah, we're okay. Drum roll. We're gonna see who the champion is this week. Let's see. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Tournament number 150 goes to Masks with the Charizard and King Gambit team with Aerodactyl, Ferrigraph, Garchomp, and Sylveon. Both players played it super well. Izzy knocked my socks off with their play. Honestly, it could have gone to either one. Very, very fun set. Everyone that played today, thank you so much for making our tournaments fantastic. I'm going to make a write-up of our top 8 tomorrow morning. You should expect it sometime around noon to 1. Like, on my lunch break, I usually write them up. But yeah, that was our tournament. Thank you so much for being part of it. I am going to throw us over to somebody else now. But if you enjoyed the stream, make sure to like and follow if you're on the stream. Hold on, I've got the double volume here. Yeah. Also, I've been making content on YouTube, so if you have the chance, like me over there as well. I got a tier list that came out today, so let's see. I'm shameless. I will plug myself as much as I need to. Let's see. Oh, we are going to raid somebody. We're gonna raid the Dryball tour. All right. Thank you again for everyone. It was a fun stream, and I will see you all soon. Woo!